Chapter 873. Money Mischief. Yifan smiled as he took the copper box and asked the shopkeeper. The name of the hidden weapon was very interesting to him. As Yifan asked, he looked at the copper box in his hand. The copper box was not big, only the size of a palm. It was shiny, smooth, and delicate. Directly above the copper box, there was a spring button the size of a copper coin. The button was round on the outside and square on the inside. It was in the shape of a copper coin and was very delicate. In front of the copper box, there was a thin opening. Other than that, there was nothing else. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Why did you give it such a name? After looking at the copper box in his hand, Yifan looked up and asked the shopkeeper with a smile. Wait for me to show you, then you will understand what is going on. The shopkeeper said as he extended his hand to Yifan. Okay. Yifan smiled and handed the copper box to the shopkeeper. After the shopkeeper took the copper box, he held it in his hand and used his thumb to gently turn the copper coin button on the top. Clap! As the copper coin button slowly turned, the delicate and shiny copper box opened automatically with a clap. The inside was densely packed with gears and springs. It was very delicate and very complicated. Beside the delicate and complicated mechanism, there was a storage space with a plum blossom pattern. The plum blossom pattern was composed of 6 hollow cylinders made of pure copper. One was in the middle, and the other 5 were on the outside. It looked very lifelike. After opening the copper box, the shopkeeper stretched out his hand and took out a dozen copper coins from his bosom. He put the copper coins one by one into the plum blossom-shaped hollow cylinders. Seeing this, Yifan and Akatsuki suddenly understood. No wonder this item was named Money Mischief. It was using copper coins as a hidden weapon. Clack! After putting all the copper coins in, the shopkeeper closed the copper box again. This item uses copper coins as a hidden weapon. It is very convenient. The shopkeeper handed the copper box to Yifan and said with a smile, when facing an enemy, you just need to point this item at the enemy and press the spring button. How powerful is this item? Yifan reached out to take the copper box and asked the shopkeeper. Sir, you'll know once you try it. The shopkeeper said as he got up and walked to the counter, taking out a dagger. He pulled out the dagger and went to the front of the shop, stabbing into a blue stone at the entrance. This blue stone was more than 3 feet tall and 5 feet square. It was densely covered with sword marks and saber marks. It was specially used for customers to test their weapons. Cha! The dagger was extremely sharp and directly pierced 3 inches into the stone. Sir, please. The shopkeeper returned to his seat and smiled at Yifan. Obviously, he wanted Yifan to use the hidden weapon in his hand to attack the dagger. Then I'll accept your offer, Yifan said with a smile. As he spoke, he aimed the copper box in his hand at the dagger on the blue stone. Then, he gently pressed the tension spring. Shwa! As Yifan gently pressed down on the tension spring, a golden light instantly flew out from the copper box, heading straight for the dagger that was several zhang away. Pa! With a crisp sound, the sharp dagger that was stuck in the blue stone broke in an instant. This dagger was made of stainless steel. Not only was it sharp, it was also extremely hard. However, such a sharp and hard stainless steel dagger was instantly broken by a single copper coin. The strength of this hidden weapon was obvious. What a great hidden weapon! Seeing this, Yifan blurted out. He did not expect such an inconspicuous copper coin to be so powerful because of Money Mischief in his hand. This concealed weapon can hold a maximum of 66 copper coins and has a shooting range of more than 10 zhang. It can be shot out one by one and can also be shot out continuously. It's the most suitable weapon to carry around. The shopkeeper explained to Yifan, 1 copper coin for 1 life. It's really cheap. Looking at the shiny copper box in his hand, Yifan said with emotion, this account can't be calculated like that. The shopkeeper waved his hand and said with a smile, this Money Mischief is worth 1,500 taels of silver. It's not cheap. That's true, Yifan said with a smile. I recommend the 3rd hidden weapon for Sir. Sir will definitely like it. The shopkeeper said as he took out a rolled-up green cloth pouch from the box. Oh, is it? Yifan put down the copper box and asked the shopkeeper with interest. Sir can open it and take a look. The shopkeeper handed the rolled-up green cloth pouch to Yi Fan with both hands and said with a smile. Yi Fan took the pouch and placed it on the table, slowly unfolding it. When he saw the contents of the pouch, Yi Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was flying daggers. Inside the pouch were 9 dazzling silver throwing knives. What made Yi Fan even more shocked was that these 9 flying daggers were completely forged in the style of the 9 sons of the dragon. Tao Tai Bayan Bayan Chunyo, Yazi Chao Feng, Pulao Bayan Bayan Chi. The 9 sons were lifelike and lifelike. Coupled with the beautifully curved body of the flying daggers, it was simply a work of art. These 9 flying daggers are called the 9 chain daggers. They are made from rare cold iron. The shopkeeper explained to Yi Fan. It is said that this object was a tribute from the Persian Empire to the Tang Empire. After the Tang Empire was destroyed, it flowed from the palace to the common people. By chance, I bought it with a lot of money. 9 chain daggers. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he took out a flying dagger from the pouch and carefully examined it in front of his eyes. The flying dagger was heavy in his hand and had an excellent feel to it. For a flying dagger, its weight couldn't be too light. Otherwise, in the process of flying, it would be easily affected by the airflow and lose its accuracy. 9 sheaths of the frost dragon, 9 chain daggers. Was it God's will that he encountered these 9 flying daggers? Yi Fan thought to himself as he looked at the brilliant and cold flying daggers in front of him. How is it? Does this 9 chain daggers suit Mister's taste? The shopkeeper asked Yi Fan with a smile. Shopkeeper's guess is correct. These 9 flying daggers do suit my taste. Yi Fan gently inserted the flying dagger in his hand into the pouch and said to the shopkeeper with a smile, I can finally satisfy Mister. After listening to Yi Fan's words, the shopkeeper let out a long breath and said with a smile, if even this 9 chain daggers can't enter Mister's discerning eyes in this shop of mine, there is no other weapon that can be used. Cloud-piercing arrow, money, making mischief, 9 chain daggers, these 3 hidden weapons together, how much does it cost in total? Yi Fan picked up his tea and leaned heavily on the back of the chair as he asked the shopkeeper, What? Mister wants all 3 of these hidden weapons? The shopkeeper was pleasantly surprised. That's right, I want all of them. Yi Fan said as he drank his tea. Cloud-piercing arrow is 1,300 taels. Money-making mischief is 1,500 taels, and the 9 chain daggers is an item of the imperial family, so they're slightly more expensive, requiring 6,500 taels. The total is 9,300 taels. The shopkeeper said, Mister wants a lot, and your skill with weapons is at the peak of perfection. This old man admires Mister very much, and regrets that I didn't meet you sooner, so I will give you a discount. I will only charge you 7,000 taels of fine silver, and give you an extra 12 cloud-piercing arrows. What do you think? After hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. He put down the fragrant tea, took out a large stack of banknotes, and then took one out. This is the banknote. Please keep it safe, shopkeeper. Keep the rest of the change. Yi Fan handed the banknote to the shopkeeper and said with a smile. The shopkeeper took it with both hands. When he saw the amount on the banknote, the shopkeeper immediately turned pale with fright. 1,000 taels of gold, the shopkeeper said in shock. If 1,000 taels of gold were to be exchanged for fine silver, it would be at least 10,000 taels. Mister, this is too much. The shopkeeper said to Yi Fan. It's rare to find a weapon that you like, so you don't have to be so polite. Yi Fan said to the shopkeeper with a smile. But there is one thing that I want to ask you, shopkeeper. I don't know if you know about it. Mister may not know, but in our line of work, we never inquire about the identity of our customers. Even if we know, we will keep it a secret and never reveal it. The shopkeeper said to Yi Fan with an apologetic expression, if Mister wishes to inquire about our customers, then this old man cannot comply. Yi Fan was stunned at first, but then he shook his head and smiled. The shopkeeper thought that he wanted to inquire about the identity of other people. Shopkeeper, don't worry. We are not inquiring about your customers. We just want to inquire about a place. Akatsuki said from the side. Hearing Akatsuki's words, the shopkeeper couldn't help but laugh. This old man has misunderstood the two of you. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. The shopkeeper cupped his hands to express his apology and said, May I know what the two of you wish to inquire about is? As long as this old man knows, I will tell you the truth. May I ask where there are swamps in the southwest border? Yi Fan asked the shopkeeper. Swamps? The shopkeeper frowned after hearing this. That's right, swamps. Yi Fan added. Swamps, swamps. The shopkeeper muttered to himself. This old man has opened this shop here for more than 30 years and has never heard of swamps in the southwest. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately frowned. The two of you may not know, but in the southwest, there are more droughts than rain. It is not as good as in Jiangnan, so there are no swamps at all. The shopkeeper continued. Then thank you, shopkeeper. Akatsuki said to the shopkeeper. This young lady is too polite. The shopkeeper replied. If that's the case, then we will take our leave. Yi Fan picked up the 3 concealed weapons and stood up to speak to the shopkeeper. I hope we can meet again someday. The shopkeeper cupped his hands and said to the two of them, Take care. Yi Fan smiled and slowly walked out of the shop with Akatsuki. The two of you, please wait a moment. Just as the two of them walked out of the shop, the shopkeeper chased after them with a small wooden box in his hand. Shopkeeper, is there anything else? Yi Fan turned around and asked the shopkeeper, Sir, have you forgotten? I promised to give you 12 more cloud-piercing arrows. The shopkeeper said as he handed the wooden box to Yi Fan. Thank you, shopkeeper. Yi Fan took the wooden box and said, I don't know why the two of you are looking for swamps here, but if the two of you still want to continue, I suggest that you continue to head southwest. The shopkeeper said to the two of them, Continue to head southwest? Why? Yi Fan frowned and asked. The terrain here is either mountains or plains. There are no potholes at all. The shopkeeper said to the two of them, But as far as I know, there is a place called Huang Enai village 300 miles southwest of here. There are many ravines and depressions there. I heard that there is also a small river. Maybe you can find swamps there. Chapter 874. Half an hour later, Yi Fan and Akatsuki appeared on the mountain path. They used the land flight technique and flew toward the southwest at a high speed. Since the shopkeeper said that there might be swamps in Huang Enai village, they should rush there without delay. Along the way, the two didn't stop, and it took them less than 2 hours to run more than 300 miles. Everything was as the shopkeeper said. This place was full of ravines and potholes. At the foot of a mountain a few miles away, a small yellow village came into view. It seems that the small mountain village in front is Huang Enai village. Akatsuki stopped, shaded her eyes with her hand, and said to Yi Fan while looking ahead, It should be. Yi Fan also stopped and nodded. Let's not waste any more time. We'll go there immediately. Yu Hongji turned her head and looked at Yi Fan. Before going to Huang Enai village, you should wear these 2 things in case of an accident, Yi Fan said and handed the cloud-piercing arrow and money mischief to Akatsuki. Aren't these the hidden weapons you bought? Why are you giving them to me? Akatsuki asked with a frown when she saw the hidden weapons handed over by Yi Fan. I bought these 2 hidden weapons for you. I only need the flying dagger, Yi Fan said as he stuffed the 2 hidden weapons into Akatsuki's hands. You bought them for me? Akatsuki was surprised. Since I can't easily use my spiritual energy, then you naturally can't do the same. Yi Fan explained to Yu Hongji, Your blade technique is extremely unique. Once you use it, that Ghost Eyes Thousand Seeker might be able to see through our identities. So, for the time being, use these 2 hidden weapons to protect yourself. Don't use your Phoenix Wing Blade, and don't use your spiritual energy. Understand? Understand. Akatsuki nodded and replied. She and Yi Fan often went on missions together, and since that Ghost Eyes Thousand Seeker was able to monitor Yi Fan's every move, she would naturally be extremely familiar with Yi Fan's spirit energy and blade techniques. If she were to use her spirit energy and blade techniques, she would definitely give herself away. Thinking of this, Akatsuki wore the cloud-piercing arrow on her wrist and put the money mischief into her sleeve. It's just a small mountain village in front. We don't have to be too worried. Akatsuki put away the hidden weapons and said to Yi Fan, Barren hills and turbulent waters give birth to unruly people. We can't use spiritual power, so we have to be careful. Yifan looked at the small mountain village in the distance and said, "Don't forget, this is a place where bandits run rampant. Who knows, there might be bandits in the mountain village in front." As far as he knew, some bandits would pretend to be ordinary people, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. However, when they met a suitable target, they would cover their faces and change their clothes, instantly turning into fierce bandits who rob people. In this way, the authorities would have no way to investigate. With the cloud-piercing arrow and money mischief, as long as the opponent wasn't a peerless expert, Akatsuki could definitely deal with them. "You're right. I was careless," Akatsuki said in realization. "When we get there, watch out for my signal," Yifan reminded Akatsuki. "And I understand," Akatsuki nodded. "Let's go," Yifan said and stepped forward. Akatsuki followed closely behind. This time, the two of them didn't use their movement techniques, but walked step by step. They had to keep a low profile and not attract any attention. After an hour, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the village. The village in front of them wasn't big. There were about 300 families. In the open space in front of the village, there was a large amount of wheat looking green and glossy. It seemed that the village didn't lack water, otherwise it wouldn't be able to irrigate the crops. Yifan thought in his heart. At this time, the sky was already close to noon. The sun above their heads was scorching the earth, making their mouths dry and their tongues dry, dripping with sweat. "Let's find an inn to stay first and rest for a while," Yifan said to Akatsuki. "Inn," Akatsuki said while wiping her sweat. The two of them stepped into the village. Because it was lunchtime, there was no one on the streets of the village. Only a few stray dogs occasionally passed by. The two of them searched for a long time, and finally found an inn on a dirt street not far from the entrance of the village. Although it was called an inn, it was actually a slightly larger house. The house was a 2-story earthen building, and there was a huge boxwood board hanging at the door, with the words written crookedly on it. The environment in this place was harsh, and there was little rain, except for the caravans of merchants passing by, who would have nothing better to do than to come to this place for recreation. Because of this, there were no decent inns here, and it was very rare to have such a place to rest temporarily. "Let's go in." Yifan looked at the courtyard, and then stepped in. Akatsuki nodded and walked side by side with Yifan. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as the two of them entered the courtyard, a huge dog sprang out from the corner of the wall and barked at the two of them while pulling the iron chain. Yifan turned his head and stared at the dog. Woo, woo. Being stared at by Yifan, the dog suddenly lowered its head, whimpered, and ran back to its kennel with its tail between its legs. Although Yifan hid his spiritual power, he was after all a person who had gone through the thunder tribulation, and his eyes were like lightning, with both yin and yang. Animals like dogs were naturally sensitive to yin and yang. Therefore, after seeing Yifan's yin and yang eyes, the dog was naturally frightened. Who is it? The dog's barking alarmed the people in the house. The wooden door opened, and a bare-chested middle-aged man with bronze skin walked out of the house. You are. After seeing Yifan and Akatsuki, the middle-aged man frowned and asked. The two people in front of him were dressed like martial artists, so he had to be careful. Brother, we want to stay in the inn. Yifan cupped his hands and said to the middle-aged man, Stay in the inn? The middle-aged man asked the two of them warily, How many people? He was worried that the two people in front of him were the bandit spies, so he was particularly vigilant. Just the two of us and a puppy, Yifan replied. Where did you two come from? Why did you come to our Huang and I village? The middle-aged man continued to ask, Why? Do we have to explain these things when we stay in the inn? Yifan asked the middle-aged man in a lukewarm manner. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Yifan. Yifan also stared at the middle-aged man without blinking. I don't think you're here to stay at the inn at all, but the outpost of the bandits. The middle-aged man said fiercely. The two people in front of him were dressed gorgeously. How could they come to such a desolate place to stay? There must be a problem. As he spoke, he put his hand to his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. Bang! As soon as the whistle sounded, the wooden door behind the middle-aged man was immediately knocked open. 7 or 8 bare-chested strong men carrying long knives and short sticks rushed out crazily from inside. "Second brother, what's the matter?" A muscular man with a curly beard asked the middle-aged man. "Big brother, they're the outpost sent by the bandits to scout the area." The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Fan and Xia Xiaoluo as he spoke to the curly-bearded man. The curly-bearded man heard the middle-aged man's words and immediately looked at Yi Fan and Xia Xiaoluo as he cursed. "Damn, they actually stepped on my head to scout the area? I'll say it again. We're here to stay at the inn, not to scout the area." Yi Fan said calmly. "Don't King quibble with me." The curly-bearded man shouted. "Brothers, tie them up for me." Clatter! As soon as the curly-bearded man gave the order, 7 or 8 strong men with knives, swords, and sticks surrounded Yi Fan and Akatsuki. They stared fiercely at the two of them as they narrowed the encirclement. Looking at the approaching men, Akatsuki frowned and looked at Yi Fan. "Mr. Duan," Akatsuki began to ask for Yi Fan's opinion. "Fian, I'm afraid I'll be too heavy-handed. I'll leave these people to you." Yi Fan took the little colorful dog from Akatsuki's arms as he spoke. What he meant was that he wanted Akatsuki to deal with these guys without taking their lives. After all, these people weren't bad people. They just misunderstood the two of them. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but he was really afraid that he would be too heavy-handed and hurt these people. After all, he was used to using spiritual power. He really couldn't control himself if he used ordinary fists and feet. Understood. Akatsuki was very smart and immediately understood the meaning of Yi Fan's words. "Go!" The curly-bearded man shouted in a low voice. As he spoke, he waved the big knife in his hand and slashed it towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan, who was carrying the little colorful dog, smiled and turned his body slightly, hiding behind Akatsuki. Bang! Akatsuki lifted her leg and kicked the curly-bearded man's chest. Before the curly-bearded man could understand what was going on, his body flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the mud wall 3 feet away. Akatsuki was originally an expert. Coupled with the spiritual power that Yi Fan taught her and the spiritual blood that he passed on to her, her cultivation was no longer the same as before. To her, dealing with these few, ordinary people was like relieving her boredom. "Damn it, let's attack together." Seeing that the curly-bearded man was sent flying by Akatsuki's kick, the middle-aged man shouted, "Go, go!" The group of men shouted and swarmed forward. Smack, 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 smack. Akatsuki's left leg landed on the ground. Lifting her right leg gently, she executed a series of flying kicks elegantly. The shadows of her legs were everywhere, and they landed accurately on the chests of all the men. Bang, 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 bang. All the men grunted and flew up before landing heavily on the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of them rolled on the ground and wailed incessantly. Akatsuki placed her right leg back on the ground slowly. Right from the beginning, her left leg did not move at all. You won't cry until you see the coffin. You won't turn back until you hit the wall. Chapter 875. You bandits, in the future, you will die a horrible death. The bearded man clutched his chest as he struggled to raise his head. He stammered to Yi Fan. "You guys are really blockheads," Yi Fan said to the men. "If we were bandits, you wouldn't be alive now." Yi Fan said as he lifted his right leg and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! As Yi Fan stomped on the ground, the entire ground began to tremble. The earthen building began to shake violently, and the mud walls began to crack. Countless pieces of mud and soil began to fall from the top. Yi Fan's stomp caused the ground to tremble. This time, he didn't use spiritual power, but brute force. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, he can't reason with him. In front of this group of idiotic blockheads, he could only show them a trick to prove that the two of them were not bandits. The reason was simple. Bandits didn't have the same ability as him. When the ground returned to normal and the dust gradually dissipated, the men were dumbfounded. At this time, their hair was disheveled and their faces were covered in mud. They were so dirty that they looked no different from donkeys. They were lying there in a daze with their mouths half open. They were dumbfounded and looked like statues made of yellow mud. They had seen people with great strength and astonishing strength, but they had never seen such an expert like today. Just one stomp and the ground shook. Who else could do such a thing except for immortals? Esteemed immortals, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see and offended immortals. Please forgive me. The bearded man was the first to recover and kowtowed to the two of them. After he took the lead, the rest of the strong men immediately followed suit. Immortals, please spare our lives. Everyone knelt down and begged for mercy. What? Do you believe that we're not bandits now? Yifan looked at the men kneeling in front of him and asked. The men shook their heads and kowtowed continuously. We're not bandits, nor are we immortals. We're just guests who have come to stay here, Akatsuki said to the men. Stop kneeling and get up. The men raised their heads and looked at Shangyue Hongji, then at Yifan, as if they didn't believe her. One of them moved like lightning, leaving behind afterimages, while the other had boundless strength, causing the mountains to shake and the earth to tremble. If they weren't immortals, then what could they be? I told you to get up. Didn't you hear me? Yifan asked without even looking up. Everyone shuddered and immediately stood up from the ground. Compared to the veiled Akatsuki, they were more afraid of Yifan. Find us a clean room, then prepare a table of food and wine for us and send it to our room. Yifan said coldly as he waved his hand at the wooden door of the earthen building. Slap, slap, slap. 3 streaks of golden light flashed past, and 3 shimmering golden leaves appeared on the wooden door of the earthen building. The golden leaves were inserted directly into the wooden door. Yes, yes. The bearded man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Yifan in a trembling voice, Please, please come with me. He extended his hand toward the two of them as he spoke. Yifan didn't refuse and stepped into the earthen building. Akatsuki followed closely behind him. Soon, the bearded man led the two of them to an extremely spacious bedroom. The bedroom was a suite, and it was clean and tidy. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the rooms in large inns, it was still very unique. Elk heads were hung on the smooth, earthen walls, and they looked extremely majestic. The wide chair was covered with a colorful tiger hide, giving it a domineering appearance. The bed was covered with an embroidered quilt of mandarin ducks playing in water, and it was stacked neatly. An exquisite white tea set with blue flowers was placed on the tea table, and there was not even a speck of dust on it. Esteemed guests, this is the best room in the shop. I wonder if you are satisfied with it. The bearded man asked the two of them carefully, not even daring to raise his head. After what had just happened, he was completely convinced by the two of them, so he was naturally very respectful and attentive. Yifan ignored the bearded man and walked directly into the room. He looked around the room a few times before turning to give Akatsuki a meaningful glance. Akatsuki understood and nodded lightly. We'll take this room. You can go now, Akatsuki said to the bearded man. Yes. The bearded man felt as if he had been granted amnesty and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Yifan coldly called out to the bearded man. The bearded man shivered and turned around. Sir, do you have any other orders? The bearded man shouted and asked respectfully. Bring up a few buckets of hot water. I want to take a bath. Yifan said. Yes, this little one understands. This little one will do it now. The bearded man hurriedly said and turned to leave. Not sure if it was because he was afraid or anxious, but when he was leaving, the bearded man slipped and almost fell on his face. Ha! After Akatsuki closed the door, Yifan suddenly burst out laughing. Puffed. Akatsuki also couldn't help but laugh. The two of them had indeed frightened this group of burly men. Your move just now could be said to be a stroke of genius. It scared this group of men out of their wits. Akatsuki said with a smile, Making them afraid of us is only good for us. Yifan said as he slowly walked to the window and opened it to look outside. In the courtyard, those burly men were sweating profusely as they started a fire to cook, cutting meat and stir-frying vegetables. They were extremely busy. Towards these two mysterious guests, they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. It must be hard on these uncouth men to prepare food for us. Looking at the lively scene outside the window, Akatsuki said with a smile, "I just don't know how good their skills are." Yifan said with a smile, "Won't we know when we try it later?" Akatsuki asked Yifan, "Whatever. It's better to have something to eat than nothing." Yifan said and closed the window again. The two of them took off their cloaks and sat on the wide tiger skin chair to rest. Xiao Zhao, who was transformed into a little colorful dog, ran around the room with a curious expression. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Akatsuki put on her veil again and said. The door was opened. 8 strong men entered in a single file. There were 5 men in front of him, each holding a tray, and each tray had 2 steaming hot stir-fried dishes on it. The 3 men behind each held 2 wooden buckets, and inside the wooden buckets were clean and clear hot water. 2 distinguished guests. These dishes were made by us 8 brothers using the mountain goods that we usually hunt. We don't know if they are to your liking. The burly man with the curly beard said to the 2 of them, and signaled the others to put the 10 dishes on the table. The other men poured the hot water in their hands into the bathtub behind the screen. "These dishes were all made by you." Looking at the fragrant dishes on the table, Akatsuki was a little surprised. "These are all home-cooked dishes. If there is anything that is not to your liking, please forgive us." The burly man with the curly beard said to Akatsuki respectfully, "8 brothers? Are you all blood brothers?" Yifan asked the burly man with the curly beard. "Sir is right. We are all blood brothers." The burly man with the curly beard picked up the wine jar and respectfully poured wine for Yifan and said, "Why are there only 8 of you brothers? Where are your parents?" Akatsuki asked. "Killed by the mountain bandits." The burly man with the curly beard put down the wine jar, pursed his lips, and whispered. After hearing this, Yifan frowned. No wonder they suspected that he and Akatsuki were sent by the mountain bandits to scout. It turned out that once bitten, twice shy. While thinking, he picked up the wine cup, put it under his nose, and sniffed a few times. He was checking whether the wine was drugged. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. These details could not be sloppy. Although he was now immune to poison, he still had to make sure that these people did not have the intention to harm him. The wine was mellow, and there was no problem. It seemed that what the burly man said was not false. What happened at that time? Yifan took a sip of the wine and asked the burly man with the curly beard. To tell you the truth, we were originally 10 brothers and sisters. In addition to us 8 brothers, there were 2 older sisters. The burly man with the curly beard looked up at Yifan and said, "More than 10 years ago, there was a famine here. There was not a single drop of rain, and there was no harvest. In order to fill our stomachs, us 8 brothers carried bows and arrows to the mountains to hunt, leaving the 2 older sisters at home to take care of our parents. In the end what?" Akatsuki asked. When we came back. At this point, the burly man with the curly beard's eyes reddened, and he choked on his words. When we came back, the village had been ransacked by the bandits. The middle-aged man continued. Not only did the bandits rob our family of half a bag of rations, but they also ruined our 2 older sisters. The 2 elders tried their best to protect them, but in the end, they were killed by the bandits. In shame and anger, the 2 older sisters hit the wall and died. As the middle-aged man spoke, he lowered his head and wiped his tears. The rest of the men also lowered their heads, and their eyes reddened. From then on, us 8 brothers made a vow that if we did not take revenge, we would not marry, and we would not be human. The middle-aged man looked up at Yifan and said, "Because of this, we gathered together and opened this inn. Because of this, we misunderstood our 2 esteemed guests." Crack! The wine cup in Yifan's hand was crushed in an instant, and the fragments scattered everywhere. "Bastard! Akatsuki clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth. The men were frightened by Yi Fan's actions, and they immediately stopped crying. Have those bandits been punished? Akatsuki asked the men. The burly man with the curly beard shook his head. You didn't seek revenge? Akatsuki frowned and asked in return. They had the advantage in numbers, and they took over the mountain. Even the government couldn't do anything about it. How could us 8 brothers seek revenge? Sigh. The burly man with the curly beard shook his head and sighed. Chapter 876. Half an hour later, Yi Fan, dressed in white, stopped in front of the hill. The hill in front of him towered into the clouds, at least 3,000 feet high. What was different from other hills was that this one was full of fragrant grass and green trees. Obviously, all the vegetation here was artificially planted, and there were people in charge of watering and taking care of it. This hill was called Kusanagi Hill, and it was the largest gathering place of bandits in the southwest. The leader of the bandits was called Zhao Feihu, and he had thousands of bandits under his command. They occupied the hill as their nest, and then planted trees and vegetation to hide themselves. It was said that the hill was full of traps, and there were rolling wood and thunderstones everywhere. It was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The government had sent troops to suppress them several times, but each time they suffered heavy casualties and returned in defeat. Zhao Feihu's several failed attempts to suppress the bandits had instead caused his name to spread far and wide, to the extent that the other bandits in the southwest had flocked over and taken the initiative to join him. As a result, Zhao Feihu's power became even greater. It was said that there were more than 2,000 bandits with martial arts under his command, and as many as 3,000 minions. With 5,000 bandits guarding the hill, even the government dared not to provoke them. The bandits mentioned by the curly-bearded man were on this mountain. A bunch of heartless, motley crew actually occupied such a good mountain. It was simply a waste of God's gift. Yi Fan thought to himself as he slowly stepped on the stone path. Stop! Whoosh! As soon as Yi Fan stepped on the first step, 5 strong men in black rushed out from the bushes on both sides of the path. They were holding shining big knives, and their faces were fierce and murderous. They directly blocked in front of Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and lifted his head to look at the bandits. Where did you come from, wild boy? How dare you trespass in our Kusanagi Hill? Do you want to die? The leader, a middle-aged man with a black cloth on his head, asked Yi Fan fiercely. This is the Kusanagi Hill? It seems that I have found the right place. Yi Fan said to them with a smile. The bandits were stunned when they heard this. Judging from this person's tone, this guy had come up the mountain on purpose. What are you doing here at Kusanagi Mountain? Don't you know where this is? The middle-aged man asked Yi Fan again. Of course I know where this is. Yi Fan put his hand behind his back and said with a smile. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here? Stop talking nonsense. What the hell are you doing up the mountain? Another strong man impatiently asked Yi Fan. I want to join, Yi Fan said with a smile. Join. The middle-aged man was stunned. That's right. Join us. Yi Fan nodded. The bandits looked at each other and nodded slightly. It was not unusual for outsiders to come to Kusanagi Mountain to join them. They were already used to it. It seemed that this fellow had also come here because of his reputation. The bandits thought to themselves, judging from your accent, you're not a local, right? The middle-aged man asked Yi Fan. In order to prevent the government from sending spies, he had to find out more about Yi Fan. I'm a northerner, not a local, Yi Fan said with a smile. A northerner? The middle-aged man frowned and asked, what? Our Kusanagi Mountain's reputation has spread to the north? That's not it, Yi Fan said with a smile. I came to Knife Town to do some business. I accidentally heard that there is a Kusanagi Mountain here, so I came here because of its reputation. You're young and well-dressed. You should be from a rich family. Why do you suddenly want to be a bandit? Another strong man looked at Yi Fan up and down and asked with a frown. I've never been short of money. I just feel a little bored, Yi Fan said with a smile. That's why I came here to join and enjoy the life of a bandit. Not short of money. Enjoy the life of a bandit? The middle-aged man was confused by Yi Fan's answer. Anyone who became a bandit was after money. It was the first time they heard of someone who was not short of money but wanted to be a bandit. Why are you a bandit if you're not short of money? A shifty-eyed man said loudly to Yi Fan. Do you think this is playing house? Being a bandit is so fun. Yi Fan said with a smile. I can kill people when I want to, set fires when I want to, and have fun with women when I want to. It's free and enjoyable. You're quite open-minded. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Our line of work is indeed enjoyable, but we need to follow the rules. It's not as free and easy as you think. It's okay. After I kill Zhao Feihu and become your leader, I'll change the rules and let you do whatever you want. Yi Fan said with a smile to the 5 men. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, the 5 men's expressions changed drastically. This guy had chatted with them for so long, but in the end, he was here to cause trouble. Damn it! How dare you trick me? The middle-aged man, who was the leader, roared. He raised the demon-headed broadsword in his hand and slashed it at Yi Fan. What? You want to take advantage of me before you even join us? Yi Fan said with a smile. He lifted his leg and kicked the middle-aged man in the chest. Back then, when Yu Hongji had subdued the 8 brothers, Yi Fan had enjoyed watching those beautiful leg techniques. Because of that, he decided to imitate her moves and apply what he had learned. Bang! The middle-aged man did not even see Yi Fan lift his leg before he was sent flying and landed heavily on the limestone steps. His eyes were wide open and his pupils were dilated. Dark red blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth and stained the limestone steps red. This guy did not even make a sound before he died instantly. Yi Fan's strength was not something that Akatsuki could compare to. The reason why he did not attack the 8 brothers was that he was afraid that he could not control his strength and accidentally kill them if he hit them too hard. Now, the people standing in front of him were not ordinary people, but a few ruthless bandits. Therefore, he did not have to worry about using as much strength as he wanted to. Of course, he did not dare to use too much strength. Otherwise, if he kicked a bandit in the chest, it would be disgusting. Seeing Yi Fan kick the middle-aged man to death, the remaining 4 men did not say anything and swarmed forward. The shadows of the broadswords appeared in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 Yi Fan kicked 3 times in a row. 3 bandits were instantly sent flying and fell to the ground dead. Whoosh! After killing the 3 bandits, Yi Fan stretched out one hand and used 2 fingers to pinch the blade of the last bandit. Ha! With a slight force from his fingers, the steel broadsword in the bandit's hand broke into 2 pieces. Seeing this, the bandit was stunned on the spot. Whoosh! Yi Fan flicked his sleeves, and the bandit was immediately sent flying 3 feet away. Puff! The bandit landed heavily on the ground and spat out blood. Tell Zhao Feihu that I am going to take his life today. Ask him to wash his neck and wait for me. Yi Fan smiled at the bandit who was still breathing. The reason why he was merciful to this bandit was so that he could inform Zhao Feihu. In this way, Zhao Feihu would send a large number of bandits down the mountain and save Yi Fan the trouble of finding them. This was called beating the grass and alerting the snake. The bandit struggled to stand up and staggered up the mountain. At this time, Yi Fan had the intention to kill these bandits. They killed their parents and raped their sisters. They deserved to be killed and could not be forgiven. He wanted to wash the Kusakazu mountain with blood and kill all the bandits in this mountain, leaving no one alive. Yi Fan thought to himself as he stepped on the bluestone stairs and walked up the mountain step by step. He did not know why, but at this time, he suddenly had a murderous impulse. Maybe it was because he had not killed anyone for a long time, or maybe the heavenly demon power in his body became restless after seeing fresh blood. Who cares? Yi Fan thought to himself. Since he had encountered this, he could not stand by and do nothing. Whoosh! Just as Yi Fan had taken more than 10 steps, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out from the top of the mountain. Yi Fan smiled and stretched out his right hand. His index finger and middle finger touched. Pa! A 2-foot-long arrow was caught in Yi Fan's hand. The arrow was completely made of steel. It was black all over and smooth and straight. It was obviously specially made. The tip of the arrow was glowing with a faint blue light. There was no need to guess. This arrow was dipped in poison and could kill once it touched blood. No wonder the soldiers could not take down the bandits even after so many times. It was not because they were weak, but because the bandits were equipped with such sophisticated weapons. Looking at the arrow in his hand, Yi Fan frowned and thought to himself, if his guess was correct, the bandits' superior weapons were all purchased from Knife Town at a high price. Such sophisticated weapons were not used to protect the country, but to harm the people. It was a self-inflicted sin. When Yi Fan thought of this, he flipped his hand and flipped the poisoned arrow in his hand behind his back. Swoosh! The black arrow returned to where it came from. Ah! Following a scream, a green-clothed man holding a strong crossbow fell from the bushes halfway up the mountain. This man was a marksman hidden in the forest, responsible for surveillance and assassination. After seeing Yi Fan kill a few of his companions at the foot of the mountain, he quietly nocked an arrow and secretly attacked Yi Fan. Initially, he thought that he would be able to kill Yi Fan in one shot and pierce through his heart. In the end, he had shot himself in the foot and died under his own arrow. The corpse rolled to Yi Fan's feet. His eyes were wide open and bleeding from all his orifices. Looking at the ugly death of the archer, Yi Fan sneered. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. Yi Fan thought to himself as he prepared to continue up the mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as he was about to take a step forward, countless black arrows shot down from the top of the mountain like rain. Since one arrow was not enough, he would rain arrows all over the sky. If it was any other time, Yi Fan would only need to channel his spirit energy and wave it gently to avert danger. But this time, he could not use his spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan pulled up the corpse on the ground and used it as a shield. Poof, poof, poof. More than a dozen sharp arrows hit the corpse in an instant. Puff, puff. Amidst the rain of arrows, Yi Fan carried the corpse with one hand and walked up the mountain step by step. Quick! Release the rolling wood and thunderstones and smash him to death. On the top of the mountain, a tall man in a golden cloak gave an urgent order. This person was none other than the leader of the bandits, Zhao Feihu. Rumble. Chapter 877. Rumble. Countless rolling wood and thunderstones let out loud, rumbling sounds as they heavily smashed towards Yi Fan, who was at the foot of the mountain. Crack! Crack! The dense trees planted on the mountain were instantly snapped in half by the rolling wood and thunderstones, making cracking sounds. Bang! Seeing that the bandits had launched the rolling wood and thunder rocks, Yi Fan threw away the corpse in his hand and jumped up into the air. He stepped on the treetops and jumped up and down, nimbly shuttling back and forth between the rolling wood and thunder rocks. While shuttling and jumping, Yi Fan was still flying toward the top of the mountain. Pass down the order. Everyone is to rush down the mountain and hack this bandit to death. Zhao Feihu, who was wearing a golden cape, said fiercely, "Whoever kills this man will be the second in command." Seeing that the rolling wood and thunder rocks could not kill Yi Fan, Zhao Feihu gave the order to attack. Yes, a bandit carrying a flag on his back said, and turned to leave. In a short time, thousands of bandits had gathered at the Kusanagi mountain. Kill them all. Zhao Feihu waved his hand and shouted loudly. Kill! Kill! Thousands of bandits rushed down the Kusanagi mountain while screaming. They waved the shining ghost head machetes in their hands and pounced down the mountain like a pack of wolves. Swoosh! After avoiding the last rolling wood and thunder rock, Yi Fan landed on a green rock by the side of the path. Looking at the thousands of bandits rushing towards him, Yi Fan squinted his eyes, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Now that the bandits had all come out, it was time to send them on their way. Yi Fan thought to himself, and slowly pulled out the green pouch with the 9-chain flying daggers from his waist. Since he could not use his spiritual power, he would use the newly acquired 9-chain flying daggers to send them on their way. "You deserve to die for your heinous crimes," Yi Fan shouted softly and shook the green pouch in his hand and threw it at the bandits who were rushing towards him. Crack, crack, crack. Following Yi Fan's brazen move, 9 bright rays of light shot out from the green pouch and went straight to the bandits. They were so fast that they were like 9 lightning bolts. Puff, puff, puff. The 9 bandits at the front didn't even have time to react before their throats were pierced by 9 lightning-like flying daggers. In the blink of an eye, the 9 bandits were dead. After killing the 9 bandits in an instant, the 9 flying daggers did not change their direction, nor did their strength decrease. They continued charging forward. Puff, 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 puff. The 9 flying daggers seemed to have entered a no-man's land as they charged in a straight line through the crowd. Everywhere they passed, blood splattered and screams rang out continuously. Wherever the brilliance flashed, the corpses fell one after another like wheat being reaped. When the bandits at the back saw the astonishing power of the flying daggers, they immediately raised the steel sabers in their hands in front of their eyes. They turned their blades and prepared to use the blade to block the incoming flying daggers. Unfortunately, their methods were not effective at all. Bang, bang, bang. The 9-chain flying daggers pierced through the bandits' daggers and continued to kill without any hindrance. The weapons in their hands were indeed excellent, but compared to the 9 flying daggers that Yi Fan had just obtained, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was like the difference between jade and dirt. In an instant, a wide and straight blood road was opened up by the 9-chain flying daggers. On the blood road, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bandits had died and met the king of hell. Yi Fan stood there quietly. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was cold. He used his pair of starry eyes to stare at the 9 flying daggers that were charging all the way without blinking. When the 9-chain flying daggers reached the end of the bandits, Yi Fan turned his eyes and looked to the left. Whoosh! As Yi Fan's gaze shifted, 9 dazzling silver flying daggers instantly drew 9 beautiful arcs in the air and flew toward the bandits on the left. He was controlling the 9-chain flying daggers with his mind power. Although he could not use his spiritual power, he could totally use his mind power. Xiantian's Secret Essentials, Proud Moon Heavenly Scripture. 2 Peerless Level 3 Ultimate Techniques, which made his mind power much stronger than before. At this time, although his telekinesis couldn't move mountains and split open stones, it was more than enough to control a few nimble 9 daggers. Puff, puff, puff. Blood blossomed again, splattering everywhere. As Yi Fan continued to use his mind power to adjust the direction, the 9-chain flying daggers shuttled back and forth among the bandits, as if they were cutting chives. Amidst the screams, corpses kept falling to the ground. A large amount of blood flowed down the stone path and dyed the soles of Yi Fan's boots red. This was a massacre, a naked massacre. Looking at the bandits lying in a pool of blood, Yi Fan's face showed a sinister smile. He did not know why, but the red blood and the strong smell of blood made him feel very comfortable and even a little happy. He was immersed in the desire to kill and was unable to extricate himself. Puffed, puffed, puffed. After piercing the last few bandits' throats, the 9-chain flying daggers spun in the air and flew towards Yi Fan at high speed. Pa! Yi Fan shook the green cloth pouch in his hand against the wind. Swish, swish, swish. The 9-chain flying daggers seemed to have a mind of their own as they deftly inserted themselves into the green cloth pouch. Good stuff was good stuff. After killing thousands of people, the 9-chain flying daggers did not have a single drop of blood on them. They were still shining brightly and dazzling, as if they had never been unsheathed. On the mountain peak, Zhao Feihu, who was draped in a golden cloak, fell to the ground instantly. The 5,000 bandits who were well-equipped were actually killed by the 9-chain flying daggers in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Feihu's face was drained of blood as he broke out in cold sweat. The bloody scene in front of him made him, who had always been numb to killing, tremble with fear. 5,000 people. That was 5,000 people. Until now, Zhao Feihu still did not know who this young man at the foot of the mountain was to have such battle power. As far as he could remember, he had never seen this person before, let alone offend him. Big brother, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's quickly escape through the secret passage. Beside him, the private advisor with the handlebar mustache urged him anxiously. Zhao Feihu looked at the corpses scattered all over the mountain with a broken heart. He was unwilling to give up. This Mount Kusanagi was his decades of hard work. Big brother, stop looking. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's go. The private advisor said as he pulled up Zhao Feihu, who had collapsed to the ground. Zhao Feihu closed his eyes and shook his head. This Mount Kusanagi was his decades of hard work. Now that it was wiped out by an unknown expert, how could he not feel heartbroken? At this moment, he felt that he had lost his momentum. He was like an eagle that had lost its wings and a tiger that had lost its claws and fangs. He staggered to his feet and followed the private advisor to the secret passage not far away. The secret passage was under a huge rock. There was a slide that led directly to the foot of the mountain. However, it was a pity that Yi Fan would not let them go. As the saying goes, cut the weeds and dig up the roots. The core people of this Mount Kusanagi were the two of them. How could Yi Fan let them go? He slowly pulled out a flying dagger from the green cloth pouch and held it in his hand. This flying dagger was none other than the Yazi, flying dagger of the 9 suns. Yazi, the vengeful Yazi. Swoosh! As Yi Fan raised one hand, the Yazi flying dagger instantly flew out of his hand. A silver light went straight to the two of them. Bang, bang, bang. The flying dagger instantly penetrated the rocks and trees that were blocking its path and rushed forward. After hearing the crisp sounds coming from behind, the private advisor's face suddenly changed. He pulled the dejected Zhao Feihu and hid behind a huge rock. The huge rock was more than 30 feet high and more than 10 feet thick. It was like a small mountain. He planned to use this huge rock to hide the two of them from the flying dagger. Unfortunately, in front of Yi Fan's flying dagger, all the hiding was in vain. Bang! The dazzling Yazi flying dagger penetrated the huge rock like cutting tofu and went all the way into the rock. Poof! Poof! The flying dagger went in and out in an instant, piercing the throats of the two of them. Sez. 2 streams of blood spurted out from their throats, reaching up to 3 feet high. The two of them looked at each other and fell into a pool of blood. The Mount Kusanagi that had defeated the soldiers several times, the famous Zhao Feihu that came from all over the world, and the powerful 5,000 soldiers that were well-equipped and powerful were all killed by Yi Fan's flying dagger in less than 15 minutes. At this time, the Mount Kusanagi was covered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. Life was really worthless in the Mount Kusanagi. Yi Fan kept the Yazi, flying dagger, and walked down the mountain step by step on the blood-stained limestone steps. Did you see that? This is Eldritch's way of doing things. He abhors evil. More than 5,000 people were killed in one move. Seeing is believing. When I saw that more than 5,000 bandits were removed from the Book of Life and Death, I thought it was Eldritch's doing. I didn't expect it to be him. Whoosh, with a gust of chilly wind, 2 figures appeared on the mountainside of the Mount Kusanagi. Both of them wore pointed hats, one black and one white. The one in the white robe had a long tongue and a happy face. He held the fengdu token in his hand, and the words, "You are here too," were written on his pointed hat. The one in the black robe had a serious face and was holding the Hell Iron Chain. The words "Catching You" were written on his pointed hat. The two of them were none other than Black and White Impermanence, the 2 senior gods. The 2 senior gods had just witnessed the whole process of Yi Fan killing people and were chatting with each other. This guy killed people like he was cutting wheat, one by one. Black Impermanence, who was holding the Hell Iron Chain, said, "The bandit problem in the Southwest is finally solved. The government should be happy." White Impermanence laughed. "This guy, wherever he goes, there are dead people." Black Impermanence laughed. Didn't you notice? He doesn't seem to be using spiritual power, and he seems to be enjoying it. White Impermanence looked at Black Impermanence and said with a frown, "This guy's cultivation is totally different from when he was at Foaming Mountain." Black Impermanence said with a serious face, "He is now the king of the Devil Realm and has mastered several unique skills. Of course, his cultivation is different." White Impermanence looked at the corpses and said. Black Impermanence nodded and didn't say anything. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and collect these 5,000 wandering souls. This is more important." Chapter 878. Why is Mr. Duan not back yet? Could something have happened to him? At the entrance of the inn, the bearded man looked in the direction of the village entrance and asked Akatsuki anxiously. When the remaining 7 men heard the bearded man's words, they couldn't help but look at each other with worried expressions. As the saying goes, a good tiger could not defeat a pack of wolves. The young man with the surname Duan was indeed powerful, but there were more than 5,000 well-equipped and highly skilled bandits on Kusanagi Mountain. In addition, the mountain was high, dense, and full of traps. The young man with the surname Duan might not be able to return. If they had known, they would not have let him go alone. The middle-aged man frowned and thought to himself, not only would they not be able to take revenge, but they would also lose a young man. What a pity. Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head at the thought. Don't worry, he will be fine. Akatsuki, who was standing in the shade under the wall, stroked the little colorful dog in her arms and said calmly, "He has always been the one to kill others. No one can kill him." No matter how many bandits there were, they were still bandits. Yifan could not use his unique movement skills, nor could he activate his spiritual power. It would take some time for him to go back and forth. Those heartless bandits from back then must have been beheaded by now. Akatsuki thought, "Woof, woof." Just when the men were puzzled by Akatsuki's words, Baihu Xiao Zhao, who had transformed into the little colorful dog, suddenly barked excitedly. It jumped down from Akatsuki's arms and trotted towards the village entrance. What is going on?" The bearded man asked Akatsuki. "Your Mr. Duan is back," Akatsuki said with a smile. Xiao Zhao suddenly became so excited. Needless to say, she must have heard Yifan's footsteps. "Look, Mr. Duan is really back." Just when Akatsuki was thinking, a man suddenly pointed at the village entrance and said happily. Everyone immediately looked at the village entrance. The men were overjoyed when they saw it. They saw a familiar figure walking in from the village entrance. It was none other than Yifan. The young man with the surname Duan was still alive. That proved that they had taken their revenge. The men thought to themselves and quickly walked up to him. Thud! Baihu Xiao Zhao jumped into Yifan's arms the moment it saw Yifan. "Are you worried about me?" Yifan hugged the little colorful dog and asked with a smile. "Woof, woof." Xiao Zhao barked a few times in response. Yifan smiled and walked towards the inn. "Mr. Duan, Mr. Duan, Mr. Duan." When they arrived in front of Yifan, the 8 men cupped their fists and bowed to Yifan excitedly. They were anxious to know if Yifan had found the bandits and if he had taken revenge for them. Yifan smiled as he looked at the 8 men's anxious eyes. He smiled as he walked into the inn and stopped in front of Akatsuki. "Is everything done?" Akatsuki handed a towel to Yifan and asked. "Yes." Yifan took the towel and wiped his face. Akatsuki smiled. Yifan had always been efficient in his work. As long as he was involved, there was almost nothing he couldn't accomplish. "Mr. Duan, how was your journey?" The bearded man who followed behind asked Yifan. "It was very smooth." Yifan turned around and smiled as he wiped his hands. "Have you found Mt. Kusanagi?" The bearded man asked anxiously. "Yes," Yifan replied. "Then you must have encountered the bandits in the mountain." The bearded man asked. "Yes." Yifan nodded with a smile. "Then, did you find those murderers?" The middle-aged man on the side asked anxiously. "I haven't found the murderers who killed your family. I don't know their names or what they look like," Yifan said with a smile. "But I can guarantee that as long as they are still in Mt. Kusanagi, They must be dead. You haven't found them. How can you be sure that they're the ones you killed? The bearded man frowned and asked Yi Fan. It's simple. I killed all the bandits there, including Zhao Feihu. Yi Fan handed the towel to Akatsuki and said with a smile. The moment Yi Fan said this, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they were all shocked. Even Yu Hongji's beautiful eyes were wide open as she stood rooted to the ground. Yi Fan had killed all 5,000 of the bandits there. Yu Hongji, who was holding a towel, stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. If Akatsuki was like that, the 8 brothers would be even worse. The 8 of them were in disbelief. Their mouths were half open. 5,000 well-equipped bandits had actually been wiped out by this young man with the surname Duan in less than 4 hours. How is that possible? Even if the 5,000 bandits lined up and waited for Yi Fan to kill them, it would take at least a day. The 8 of them could not believe what Yi Fan said. The Qi brothers. The Qi brothers. Just as the men were doubting Yi Fan's words, a dark red horse galloped into the village from outside the village. On the horse, there was a burly man in a gray robe. The burly man was very muscular. He looked like half a tower. The horse was very fast. Soon, it arrived in front of the men. Nay, the burly man reined in the red horse and dismounted. The Li brothers? Looking at the burly man, the bearded man frowned and asked, Didn't you go to Sabertown to settle some business? Why are you back so soon? Old Qi, something happened. Something big happened. The burly man said to the bearded man. Something happened? What happened? The bearded man asked in shock. It's good news. Ha ha ha. That's great news. The rough man said with a big laugh. What good news made you so happy? Did you pick up a golden dog head? The bearded man asked in confusion. Ha ha. I'm happier than picking up a golden dog head. The burly man with the surname Li said loudly to the bearded man. I just got the news that the Kusanagi mountain a few hundred miles away offended someone and was massacred. Massacred? Massacred? The bearded man was shocked and asked. That's right, massacred. The burly man said excitedly. 1 hour, just 1 hour. All the bandits have gone to see the king of hell. Even that Zhao Feihu didn't survive. When the bearded man heard this, he was dumbstruck. Brotherly, are you sure about this? The middle-aged man asked the burly man anxiously. How can I not be sure? The rough man said in a loud voice. Now, the news has spread all over Bladetown. On my way back, I saw a large number of soldiers moving the bodies of bandits and boxes of gold and silver down from the Kusanagi mountain. Go to Kusanagi mountain and have a look. There are dead bandits' corpses all over the mountain. Blood flows like a river. That battle formation is really satisfying. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. The 8 brothers turned around slowly and looked at Yi Fan. What this young man said was true. In less than 4 hours, 5,000 well-equipped bandits had been completely annihilated by this young man with the surname Duan. He had cut the weeds and eliminated the roots. I can't talk to you now. I have to tell the good news to all the old and young men in the village. Let them kill pigs and goats and play drums to celebrate. I'll come and drink with you later. The burly man said as he mounted his horse and galloped toward the village. Thump, thump. After the burly man left, the 8 brothers of the Qi family knelt down in front of Yi Fan and knocked their foreheads on the ground. The truth was clear. Yi Fan had avenged the blood feud for the 8 of them. Benefactor, benefactor, benefactor. The 8 burly men were crying like children. They were sobbing so hard that they couldn't speak. How could they not lose control of their emotions after more than 10 years of blood feud had been avenged? What are you doing? Get up. Yi Fan saw the situation and immediately reached out to help the men up. Benefactor, benefactor, the bearded man said with tears and snot running down his face as he kowtowed to Yi Fan. I can't stand people bowing to me, especially those who are older than me. Get up, get up. As Yi Fan spoke, he helped the 8 men who were kneeling in front of him up one by one. Even if we have to be cows or horses in our next lives, we will repay your kindness. The bearded man said with a choked voice as he wiped his tears. Be good people in your next life. What's the point of being cows or horses? Yi Fan patted the bearded man's shoulder and said with a smile, Besides, I'm not used to riding them. Uffed. Hearing Yi Fan say that, Akatsuki couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's enough. Don't just stand there. Go and get some good wine and dishes. Then drink a few cups with me, Yi Fan said to the men. He then turned around with a smile and walked into the house. The bearded man wiped away his tears and replied with a smile. The 8 of them started a fire again to cook. This time, the 8 of them worked in full swing and were beaming with joy. They were happier than anyone else that they could take revenge. The 8 brothers used all their skills and made a total of 32 dishes. They brought out more than 10 jars of good aged wine. The sky was getting dark. They put together a few tables in the courtyard and filled it with good wine and dishes to entertain Yi Fan. At the banquet, the men toasted Yi Fan repeatedly. Yi Fan didn't reject anyone and drank cup after cup without stopping. After a short while, the men were no longer reserved, and their conversation became much more relaxed. Benefactor, you're really capable. In less than 4 hours, you've killed more than 5,000 bandits. The bearded man praised as he poured wine for Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. Strictly speaking, he only used the time it took to brew a cup of tea to kill those 5,000 bandits. Benefactor, I saw that you didn't bring any weapons. How did you eliminate the bandits? The middle-aged man asked Yi Fan. I used flying daggers. Of course, you couldn't see it. Yi Fan said with a smile as he drank. Flying daggers? The middle-aged man was puzzled. Chapter 879. Benefactor, how many throwing knives do you have to be able to kill 5,000 bandits? The bearded man asked the middle-aged man's question. I don't have many throwing knives as long as I can kill. Yi Fan looked at the bearded man and said with a smile. The bearded man was stunned at first. Then he smiled awkwardly. Obviously, this young man named Duan did not intend to elaborate. However, it made sense. For a throwing knife expert, the number of throwing knives he had was a secret that only he knew. Once this secret was known by the opponent, he would lose half his life. I'm a straightforward person, so I don't know how to talk. Benefactor, please don't mind me, the bearded man said apologetically as he poured wine for Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. He did not want to elaborate on this matter to the man, not because he wanted to hide the number of throwing knives he had, but because he was thinking of the 8 men from the Chi family. Knowing too much would not do them any good. The less they knew, the safer they would be. Benefactor, you must have come here for something important, right? A younger man asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. Benefactor, if you need us 8 brothers, just say the word and we will do anything for you, the younger man said. Old 8, did you drink too much? The bearded man looked at the younger man and said, Benefactor is so skilled. Why would he need us? The younger man was stunned at first. Then he scratched his head in embarrassment. Maybe you guys can really help with this matter, Yi Fan said calmly as he took a sip of wine. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the men looked at each other in shock. In their opinion, there was nothing that Yi Fan could not do. Benefactor, what can we help with? Please tell us. The bearded man looked at Yi Fan and asked seriously. Yi Fan put down his wine cup and asked the men, I want to ask you, is there any place like a swamp in the southwest border? Swamp? The curly-bearded man frowned and muttered to himself. Mud pits, wetlands, and water depressions. As long as it's close to a swamp, it's fine, Yi Fan added. After the men heard this, they began to think hard. I won't lie to you, Benefactor. The southwest region has always been prone to drought and little rain. Most of the water used by the people comes from wells. There are no swamps at all. The bearded man said to Yi Fan after pondering for a long time. I heard that there is a small river nearby. Is that true? Yi Fan asked with a frown. There is indeed a small river, but it dried up a few years ago, said the curly-bearded man. Now it is just a ditch. There is nothing but yellow soil. In that case, why do you have such good crops here? Yi Fan then asked the curly-bearded man, could it be that you use well water to irrigate the crops? That's not it, the middle-aged man on the side answered and said to Yi Fan, we use rainwater to irrigate the crops. Rainwater? Yifan was puzzled and asked, "Didn't you just say that there's a lot of drought and little rain here?" "Benefactor, there is something you don't know. We do have a lot of drought and little rain here, but although there is little rain, there will be at least 10 heavy rains a year," the middle-aged man explained to Yifan. In order to irrigate the crops, the people built reservoirs specifically to store rainwater. Although the rainwater collected is not enough to grow rice, it is more than enough to grow wheat. So that's the case. Yifan nodded. In addition to here, are there any other places like rivers in the other villages? Akatsuki asked everyone. There are, but as far as I know, there is no water. The middle-aged man replied. Sigh. After hearing this, Yifan let out a long sigh, picked up the cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Finding a swamp in the southwest border was more difficult than finding a cauldron. Seeing that Yifan was depressed, the other men also fell silent. Although they didn't know why Yifan was looking for a swamp here, they were still worried for Yifan. Maybe we brothers are uninformed. The Southwest is so big. Maybe there are swamps in other places. The curly-bearded man comforted Yifan. Yes. It must be his brothers who are uninformed. The middle-aged man helped to smooth things over. Tomorrow I will go to the village and ask a few old people to see if they know where there are swamps. Then I will have to trouble you brothers. Yifan said to the men. He knew that they were trying to make him feel better. It was a pity that he couldn't use his spiritual energy right now. Otherwise, he would have already leaped into the air, into the clouds, and searched the entire southwest border. In that case, it would take at most 2 hours for him to find out if there were any swamps in the southwest. Hiding his identity like this was not a long-term solution. Not being able to use his spiritual energy was simply too troublesome. He had to think of another way, a way that could allow him to use his spiritual energy at will and hide from Ghost Eye's Thousand Seeker. Don't worry, benefactor, we will do our best, the middle-aged man said as he poured a cup of wine for Yifan. Yifan nodded, but did not say anything. Benefactor, it's getting late. After drinking this cup, you and your wife should quickly go to bed. The curly-bearded man raised his cup to Yifan and said, If we have any news tomorrow, we will let you know immediately. All right, then I will thank everyone here first, Yifan said to the men as he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. After the banquet ended, Yifan and Akatsuki returned to the guest room on the second floor. Yifan stood in front of the window, looking up at the starry sky, his mind full of worries. Matsumoto Takeyoshi secretly spied on him and beat him at his own game, obtaining several divine cauldrons. The 3 bell-keepers were killed by an unknown expert who pretended to be him in a single night, causing him to lose all 3 bells. Ghost Eye's Thousand Seekers heavens, I forced him not to use his spiritual energy and had no choice but to hide his presence and carefully deal with them. The Great Ming Dynasty and Matsumoto Takeyoshi were both preparing for war, ready to erupt at any moment. The swamps that he had been painstakingly searching for were still nowhere to be found. All these troubles weighed down on Yifan, making it hard for him to breathe. He did not know when these days would end. If only Brother Kim was here. Phew! Thinking of this, Yifan took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Don't think too much. Akatsuki came to Yifan's side and handed a cup of hot tea to Yifan. She gently advised, have a good sleep first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Yifan took the hot tea and nodded. The two closed the doors and windows and rested separately. Akatsuki slept on the big bed with a screen in front of it. Yifan laid the 2 tiger skins on the chair on the floor and lay down directly. Xiao Zhao obediently laid down beside Yifan and closed her eyes to sleep. As long as Yifan was here, she would not go anywhere and would not leave his side. Although the southwest border was very hot during the day, it became very cool at night, making people feel very comfortable. Yifan drank a lot of wine. Akatsuki was busy the whole day, and Baihu was very hot during the day. She was sleepy and sleepy. Just like that, the 2 people and 1 fox gradually fell asleep. Very soon, it was the middle of the night. Dang, 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 dang. Just as they were sleeping soundly, there was suddenly a series of gong sounds coming from outside. The sound of the gong was like exploding beans. In this quiet night, it was very clear. Phew! Yi Fan, who was lying on the tiger skin, reacted the fastest and sat up immediately. He went directly to the window and listened carefully with his ears. It sounded like there were many people outside. There was a lot of noise and footsteps. The gong sounds were very dense, and it sounded like there was more than one gong. Other than the gong sounds, there was also the sound of drums and clanking. There was even the crackling of firecrackers. What was going on? Yi Fan frowned. He did not know what was going on outside. It was quiet just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly become so lively? What's going on outside? Akatsuki quickly walked out from behind the screen as she put on her coat. Yi Fan shook his head. He did not know what was going on either. Dong, dong, dong. Just as the two of them were puzzled by the commotion outside, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Yi Fan asked. Benefactor, it's me. The bearded man's voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Yi Fan asked. Benefactor, tonight is the lunar eclipse. The villagers are beating gongs and drums to drive the heavenly dogs away. The bearded man outside the door said, I'm here to tell you that you and Madam can just rest. There's no need to go out. The lunar eclipse. The words that came out of the bearded man's mouth caused Yi Fan to be shocked. Akatsuki was also shocked. The southwest border, the heavenly dogs appeared. The swamps, the yin and yang eccentric old man. Gue Linglong's words were coming true. At the thought of this, Yi Fan immediately reached out to open the window and looked out at the night sky. When Yi Fan saw this, his expression changed drastically. Above Yi Kong, the bright Mingyu was slowly being swallowed by the darkness. It really was the lunar eclipse. Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart, Benefactor? Benefactor? The bearded man outside the door saw that Yi Fan did not answer and immediately asked, I got it. You can go now. Yi Fan said to the bearded man outside the door. Aye, aye. The bearded man said and went downstairs. Gue Linglong was right. Akatsuki whispered to Yi Fan. The southwest border, the lunar eclipse. The swamps, the yin and yang eccentric old man. Yi Fan said solemnly, We haven't found the swamps yet. As he spoke, he sat down heavily on the chair with a face full of disappointment. Yu Hongji frowned and didn't say anything. If they could not find the swamps by tonight, they would have come in vain. Rumble, rumble. Just as the two of them were feeling discouraged, there was a sudden thunder outside. Hua! Chapter 880. Rain. It was the rain. Seeing the heavy rain outside, Yi Fan's eyes widened. He stood up from his chair, walked quickly to the window, and opened it. Outside the window, the rain was pouring down, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The people who were beating the drums and beating the gongs to chase the heavenly hound away were all drenched. They used the gongs and pots in their hands to cover their heads, laughing as they rushed back home to avoid the sudden storm. The heavenly hound were chased away, and the rain fell. Of course, they were happy. They were not the only ones who were happy. Yi Fan was happy too. The reason was simple. With such a heavy storm, it would definitely form a swamp. Then, he would be able to find the yin-yang eccentric old man and obtain the divine cauldron. Thinking of this, Yi Fan smiled. It was not too late. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. He gently closed the window, turned around, and sat down at the tea table with a smile. He began to drink his tea. Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Akatsuki frowned as she looked at the smiling Yi Fan, who was drinking by himself. Just a moment ago, he was frowning with a frown. Why was he so happy all of a sudden? She could not understand. It's raining so heavily. Isn't that something to be happy about? Yi Fan poured a cup of tea for Akatsuki and asked with a smile, You're so happy just because it's raining? Akatsuki took the tea from Yi Fan and asked in confusion. Silly. Yi Fan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, When there's rain, there's a swamp. Akatsuki was stunned for a moment. Then she suddenly understood. No wonder Yi Fan was so happy. So that was the reason. Yi Fan was right. With such a heavy storm, Some places would definitely form a swamp. That's great, Akatsuki said happily. We didn't come here for nothing. Once the rain stops, we'll immediately go out and scout for the swamp. Ifan put down his teacup and said, Yes. Akatsuki nodded. At this time, the two of them were no longer sleepy. They simply held the candlelight and talked through the night, waiting for the rain to stop. How are the 3 clones you controlled? Akatsuki asked Ifan. You mean the 3 of them? Haha. Ifan put down his teacup and said with a smile. At this time, they are enjoying the scenery in Jiangnan. They are enjoying themselves. Our original bodies are running around in this desolate land, bitterly searching for swamps, while our substitutes are carefree and happy in Jiangnan scenic spots, singing the wind and the moon. Fate is truly unfair. Akatsuki joked. How about this? The next time we encounter such a situation, you and my substitutes will go sightseeing, drinking, and having fun. Xiao Zhao and I will search for the 9 cauldrons. What do you think? Yifan asked Akatsuki with a smile. That won't do. Hearing Yifan's words, Akatsuki immediately became anxious. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. What? You don't want to go sightseeing? Yifan asked Akatsuki. If we want to play, we'll play together. If we want to suffer, we'll suffer together. I don't want to be with your substitutes, Akatsuki said as she sipped her tea. Yifan smiled, but didn't say anything. That's right. What do you plan to do with that expert who impersonated you? Akatsuki put down her teacup and asked Yifan. Kill him, Yifan said calmly. This person had impersonated him and killed 3 bellkeepers in succession. This was simply unforgivable. There was no reason to spare this kind of person's life. This person's cultivation is extremely high. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to find him, Akatsuki said. Don't worry. After this matter is settled, I'll deal with this matter, Yifan said with narrowed eyes. What do you plan to find him? Akatsuki asked Yifan. It's very simple. Just set up a trap, Yifan said calmly as he picked up the teapot and poured more tea into his cup. Since Matsumoto Takeyoshi had set up a trap to use him, then he would beat him in his own game and set up a trap within a trap. Set up a trap? What kind of trap? Akatsuki asked. You'll know when the time comes. Yifan smiled mysteriously and replied. The torrential rain continued for an entire 2 hours. It wasn't until the 4th night that the rain gradually stopped. The rain has stopped. Hearing the sound of rain dripping from the roof, Akatsuki said to Yifan gently, Bring Xiao Zhao with you. We'll go out and take a look. Yifan stood up from his chair and said to Akatsuki, Okay. Akatsuki nodded in response. The two of them blew out the candles on the table and brought along the sleepy Xiao Zhao. Opening the back window, they used a light body technique and floated out of the inn. At this moment, the outside of the inn was muddy and extremely muddy. Looking at the situation, Yifan frowned. If they were to walk on such a muddy road, even if they used a light body technique, they would not be able to get far even if they walked for half a day. But if they were to use spirit energy to fly, there was a high possibility that they would be discovered by Ghost Eyes, Thousand Seeker. Yifan was in a dilemma. After pondering for a while, Yifan came up with a compromise, which was to use spirit energy but not fly. Using extremely weak spirit energy to float an inch above the ground should not be a problem. After all, he still had his doppelganger to cover for him. Let's do it this way then. Give me your hand. Yifan turned around to look at Akatsuki and said. Akatsuki was stunned, not knowing what Yifan was trying to do. She raised her hand slowly and passed it to Yifan. Yifan grabbed Akatsuki's hand, and with a thought, he channeled his spirit energy. Buzz, following the channeling of Yifan's spirit energy, the two of them slowly floated off the ground. They were less than an inch above the ground. The spirit energy that Yifan channeled this time around could be said to be controlled perfectly. Not too much, not too little, it was just enough to bring the two of them off the ground. This way, not only would they not delay their journey, they could also avoid detection by Ghost Eyes Thousand Seeker. After all, the two of them were only an inch above the ground. At this moment, the sky was still dark. coupled with the fact that the two of them were wearing robes and cloaks that covered their feet completely, no one would be able to tell that their feet were off the ground. Akatsuki's face flushed red as her heart thumped furiously. Yifan's warm hands gave her a sense of security. Following Yifan's careful channeling of his spirit energy, the two of them began to float on the muddy road. As Yifan floated, he channeled his vision and scanned the surroundings carefully, looking for a swamp. Even though he had concealed his spirit energy, his five senses were not affected at all. It was also because of this that he was able to look into the distance, and he didn't have to delay the important matters because his movement technique was obstructed. 100 miles to the southeast, there's a withered forest. Let's go there and take a look. After an hour, Yifan spoke to Akatsuki, who was beside him. Just as he said, he had discovered a dense yet withered poplar forest 100 miles to the southeast. As Yifan spoke, he changed the direction of his flight to the southeast with a single thought. This time, his floating speed was clearly much faster. The sky was about to brighten up, and he had to make the best use of his time. Will there be swamps in the withered forest? Akatsuki asked Yifan. That's a withered poplar forest. Furthermore, it's all over the place. In my opinion, it should be due to the soft mud. Who knows, there might be swamps there. Yifan explained to Akatsuki. Akatsuki nodded her head. After half an instant's time, the two of them stopped in front of the poplar forest. This was a huge wild poplar forest that spanned at least a few dozen mu. One could tell that this place must have been filled with lush greenery in the past. The poplar forest was full of rainwater and emitted a rotten smell. Yifan bent down and picked up a 3 feet long, withered tree branch that was as thick as an arm. He then casually threw it into the poplar forest. Puff! The spinning withered branch was directly inserted into the muddy ground of the poplar forest. Yifan was testing whether the ground here was a swamp or not. If it was a swamp, the withered branch would gradually sink and sink into the mud. If it wasn't, the withered branch would remain motionless. On the muddy ground, the withered branch was quietly inserted there, motionless. It seemed that this wasn't the place they were looking for. Yifan thought. As he was thinking, he and Akatsuki slowly turned around and prepared to leave. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Just as they turned around, a burst of bubbling sounds came from the poplar forest behind them. Yifan frowned and immediately turned around. He saw that the withered branch that hadn't moved a bit earlier was now slowly sinking into the mud. The scene in front of him made Yifan's eyes tighten instantly. He didn't think that this was really a swamp. This place is really... Akatsuki was also stunned by the scene in front of her. You guys wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look. Yifan turned around and said to Akatsuki, You want to go alone? Akatsuki asked worriedly. Yifan couldn't easily use his spiritual power now. If he went in alone, she was afraid that Yifan wouldn't be able to handle it. If the yin-yang freak in the swamp was a difficult guy to deal with, Yifan would definitely be at a disadvantage. The yin-yang freak didn't sound like a good guy. She wanted to go in with Yifan. That way, she could also help. The rotting smell is too strong and the miasma is pervasive. If you go in, you may be in danger. Yifan said to Akatsuki, Listen to me. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back. Akatsuki pursed her lips and nodded. Remember, no matter what sounds come from inside, don't go in. Yifan reminded Akatsuki. There seems to be an array in this withered forest. If you go in, you may not be able to come out. What about you? Akatsuki heard Yifan's words and immediately asked anxiously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yifan comforted Akatsuki. After I go in, prepare the 2 hidden weapons. No matter who it is, as long as they come close to you, just shoot them. As long as I hear your movements inside, I will immediately rush back. Then be careful, Akatsuki reminded Yifan. Chapter 881. Plop. As soon as Yifan's figure floated into the dense poplar forest, a few unknown large birds flew out from the forest. These strange birds were completely black with blood-red eyes. Their beaks were like sharp blades, and their claws were like hooks. They looked very frightening. Obviously, these strange birds were vultures that specialized in eating carrion. In the darkness, Yi Fan continued to float slowly. As he floated, he took out the Tao Tai, Swan Ni, and Yazzie flying daggers from the green cloth pouch and secretly held them in his hand. He didn't know why, but the aura here was very strange and made him feel very uncomfortable. He faintly felt that there were countless pairs of venomous eyes observing him from the dark corners. Hiss, not far away from a poplar tree, a huge centipede slowly slithered down from the tree. The centipede was 7 feet long, and its body was black and red. Its pair of antennae were thin and long, and its countless feet made people's scalp tingle. At the tip of the centipede's 2 antennae, there were 2 red and round pearls. The pearls emitted a red light, and in this pitch-black night, it looked very strange. After the centipede climbed down from the withered tree, it used its pair of blood-red eyes to stare at Yi Fan, who was slowly floating over from afar, and made a terrifying hissing sound. Plop! In a puddle not far away from the centipede, a large string of bubbles popped up with gurgling sounds. Then, with a splash, a huge toad floated up from the puddle. The toad was 3 feet long and was dark green in color. Its body was bumpy and extremely ugly. On top of its head, a pair of blood-red eyes the size of a bowl kept blinking and emitting a dim light. Just like the 7-foot centipede, the blood-eyed toad also stared at the approaching Yi Fan and let out a low croak from time to time. Other than the 7-foot centipede and the blood-eyed toad, many other animals appeared in the poplar forest at the same time. There was a grass-green 3-foot python, a blood-red huge spider, a dark purple 7-foot poisonous scorpion, and a huge leech the size of a basin. These animals were either entrenched on the muddy road, hanging upside down on the withered poplar trees, or hiding in the bubbling water bubbles. All of them were staring at Yi Fan like tigers, eyeing their prey, drooling. Seeing this situation, Yi Fan, who was holding 3 flying knives, narrowed his eyes and slowly stopped on a withered tree stump a few feet away. He looked around at the animals, his eyes sharp and his face expressionless. Obviously, these guys in front of him were all things that had matured. His concealment of his spiritual aura had actually caused these guys to become restless. Looks like if I don't show them a thing or two, these bastards won't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. When he thought of this, Yi Fan casually threw the 3 throwing knives in his right hand. Shwa shwa shwa. The 3 flying daggers flashed with a cold light and left his hand in an instant. They scattered in the dark, withered forest. 3 streaks of silver light danced back and forth in the withered forest, shuttling back and forth like lightning. Extremely beautiful. Swish, swish, swish. After shuttling back and forth for 3 to 4 rounds, the 3 flying daggers flew back to Yi Fan's hand as if they had a mind of their own. Kacha! Kacha! As soon as the 3 flying daggers flew back to Yi Fan's hand, hundreds of poplar trees in the withered forest fell down in an instant. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of poplar trees, which were as thick as a person's arm, were directly cut down by the 3 flying daggers in Yi Fan's hand. Amidst the continuous cracking sounds of the poplar trees, all the living creatures instinctively took a few steps back. The power of the 3 flying daggers in Yi Fan's hand was so strong that they were a little afraid. I don't want to kill you, and you'd better not force me. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Yi Fan said to the living beings without even lifting his head as he wiped the 3 flying daggers that were flashing with a cold light with his sleeve. All the living creatures looked at each other. They didn't shrink the encirclement, nor did they retreat. What? You don't believe me? Yi Fan raised his eyes to look at all the living creatures and asked calmly. All the living creatures still didn't move. They were hesitating whether they should swarm forward and attack together. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Yi Fan's voice started to turn cold. At the same time, a strong murderous aura started to spread with Yi Fan as the center. Seeing this, all the living creatures immediately gave up on their previous thoughts. This person's murderous aura was unprecedentedly strong. The 7-foot centipede climbed back to the top of the withered tree, and the blood-eyed toad hid in the water again. The other scorpions, giant pythons, spiders, and leeches all turned around and went back the way they came. As the saying goes, natural selection is the law of the jungle. This young man who had barged into the poplar forest looked young, but he was quite powerful. If they were to become enemies with this person, they could very well give up decades of cultivation in vain. It was not worth it to give up their lives for a meal. In the blink of an eye, all the animals that were eyeing Yi Fan covetously and salivating a moment ago disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared. The scene in front of him stunned Yi Fan at first. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. After he hid his spiritual power, even this group of animals with only decades of cultivation wanted to make things difficult for him. It was said that humans were the most realistic animals. He didn't expect animals to be the same. As Yi Fan thought about it, he inserted the 3 flying daggers into the pouch. Then he floated an inch above the ground and continued to float into the depths of the forest. This time, Yi Fan was unimpeded and didn't encounter any trouble. However, he felt that something was wrong. The reason was very simple. He had been floating for nearly half an hour, but he still hadn't passed through the poplar forest. According to his floating speed, it shouldn't be like this. Looking at the endless poplar forest in front of him, Yi Fan stopped again. Just as he had expected, he had been hit by the array here. Thinking of this, Yi Fan didn't frown. Instead, he smiled. As the saying goes, 300 taels of silver is revealed here. If this was an ordinary swamp, how could there be an array here? If he guessed correctly, this poplar forest was the swamp that Gue Linglong mentioned in the letter. That yin-yang eccentric old man must be here. Maybe the array in front of him was set up by him. As Yi Fan smiled, he took out another flying dagger from the pouch. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such an array. When he was searching for the divine cauldron in the EC, he had encountered such an array. Back then, he used the red glow released by the Everfire sword as a guide to reach the bottom of the sea. Now that the Everfire sword wasn't with him, and he couldn't use his spiritual power, he could only use the flying dagger to guide the way. Whoosh! Yi Fan flipped his hand and waved it. The Chionyo flying dagger in his hand instantly flew out. Bang, bang, bang. The Chionyo flying dagger emitted a bright silver glow. Everywhere it passed, all the withered trees that blocked its flying path were instantly pierced. The flying dagger flew in a straight line and wouldn't deviate from its direction. As long as Yi Fan followed the path of the flying dagger, he would be able to get rid of the array. Thinking of this, Yi Fan smiled and started to float forward according to the flying dagger markings on the withered trees. Everything was as he had expected. This time, he didn't go in circles and directly arrived at the center of the swamp. There was a rising miasma and white fog. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. Yi Fan put away the Chionyo flying dagger and slowed down his speed. As he floated slowly, he spread out his 5 senses and carefully sensed everything around him. This was the center of the swamp. The yin-yang eccentric old man should be here. You're really brave, kid. You actually dared to come here alone. Just as Yi Fan was looking around, an old voice entered Yi Fan's ears. This voice didn't come from one direction. It came from all directions. Yi Fan was overjoyed when he heard it. This old voice should be the yin-yang eccentric old man. Senior, I've come all the way here just to see you. Please show yourself and have a chat with me. Yi Fan stopped in the air and looked around as he said loudly. Yi Fan didn't dare to be rude to this yin-yang eccentric old man. After all, this person was related to the divine cauldron. If he offended him, he wouldn't be able to find any clues about the divine cauldron. Looking for me? Why? Do you know who I am? The old voice continued to echo from all directions. I only know that Senior's nickname is the yin-yang eccentric old man. I don't know anything else. Yi Fan said respectfully. Yin-yang eccentric old man? Ha ha, that's a fitting name. Ha ha. The old man's laughter came from all directions. Hearing the old man's laughter, Yi Fan felt a little relieved. It seemed that this eccentric old man was in a good mood. This way, he should be able to find the divine cauldron. Let me ask you, How did you know that this old man was here? The old voice asked Yifan. To be honest with you, Senior, I heard about you from friend. Yifan replied. Friend? The old man's voice was filled with surprise. There are no more than 5 people in the world who know about this old man. Who is your friend? How did he know where this old man is? This. Yifan frowned, not knowing how to answer. What? You don't want to say? The old man asked Yifan. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. Since Senior has asked, then this Junior shouldn't hide it. Yifan said respectfully to the old man. The one who told this Junior this news was the Supreme of the world of spirits and souls. Supreme of the world of spirits and souls? The old man's voice was filled with surprise. You mean Gui Linglong? Yes. Yifan replied. Impossible. The old man's voice continued. He would never tell you about me. You must be lying to me. This Junior is telling the truth. I dare not lie at all. Seeing that the old man did not believe him, Yifan immediately explained. Let me ask you, why did you come here to find me? The old man continued to ask Yifan. To tell you the truth, this Junior has come all the way here to find the Divine Cauldron. Yifan replied. Divine Cauldron? The old man asked Yifan. Why are you looking for the Divine Cauldron? Could it be that you want to rule the world and ascend to the throne like the rest of the world? Senior, you've misunderstood. This Junior is looking for the 9 cauldrons, not to become an emperor, but to save someone. Yifan replied seriously. Save someone? The old man asked, save who? How? Chapter 882. Yifan did not want to deceive this mysterious old man. Since this person knew the whereabouts of the Divine Cauldron, he was definitely not an ordinary person. You gathered the 9 cauldrons and comprehended the secret technique on them just to save your wife. The old man's voice was filled with doubt. That's right, Yifan replied. How much do you know about the 9 cauldrons? The old man asked Yifan. The Divine Cauldron's enchantment, the inscriptions inside, the unification of the world, the supreme power, and the 9 great bell keepers, Yifan answered briefly. That's all I know. It's already amazing that you know these secrets, the old man said to Yifan. Senior, please tell me the whereabouts of the Divine Cauldron. I'll be eternally grateful. Yifan cupped his hands and said to the sky, I'll ask you again. Who told you where I am? The old man did not answer Yifan directly. Instead, he asked again. I've already told you, Yifan answered sincerely. The one who told me this was the current supreme of the ghost realm, Gui Linglong. I'm not afraid to tell you that Gui Linglong was once one of the 9 great keepers of the bell before she became the supreme being of the ghost world. The old man's voice continued. Because of that, she would never tell you this information. Also, you're not her friend because that old geezer is so arrogant and has no friends at all. The old man's words shocked Yifan instantly. He did not expect that Gui Linglong, the supreme of the ghost realm, was also one of the 9 great bell keepers. How is it? Speechless? The old man asked Yifan. What I said just now is all true. If you don't believe me, I can show you something. Yifan said to the void. I believe that after you see it, you'll believe what I said just now. Oh, what is it? The old man asked Yifan. Gui Linglong's handwritten letter. Yifan said as he took out the letter that Gui Linglong had written to him. Whoosh! As soon as the letter was taken out, it soared into the air and flew into the white fog. Seeing this, Yifan smiled. It was obvious that this mysterious old man had taken the letter from him. It's really this old bastard's handwriting. How is that possible? The old man's voice was filled with shock. Senior, do you believe me now? Yifan said with a smile. Junior didn't lie to you. What kind of favor did that old ghost owe you that he would actually tell you such a heavenly secret? The old man asked Yifan. Whoosh! As soon as the old man finished speaking, Gui Linglong's letter fell from the sky and landed in Yifan's hands. Senior, you may not know this, but Gui Linglong and I can be considered to have gotten to know each other after a fight. Yifan put the letter back into his bosom as he spoke. During the fight, I was lucky enough to win and keep her alive. Because of this, he told me about this matter. Lucky enough to win? The old man's voice was filled with shock. You actually defeated that old ghost. That's right, Yifan replied. That old geezer's primordial spirit transformation technique has already reached the stage of perfection. The 9 serenities in Fire Shield can even kill immortals, destroy gods, and burn all living things. The old man said to Yifan, even the upper realms Daluo, golden immortals, may not be able to escape from these 2 great techniques of his. You, a young man, can actually win against him? Yifan's words made the old man feel incredulous. I was really lucky to be able to defeat him, Yifan said humbly. No wonder those mountain demons and wild monsters did not dare to attack you, the old man said meaningfully. So you really are a hidden expert. Senior, you're too kind. Yifan cupped his hands and said to the void. Buzz, as soon as Yifan finished speaking, countless green light fragments appeared out of thin air in front of him. The green light fragments shone brilliantly and fell gently. Amidst the brilliance, an old man slowly appeared in front of Yifan. The old man was dressed in green and his face was flushed. He had white hair, a ruddy complexion, and a kind face. He had his hands behind his back and looked at Yifan with a smile. Greetings, Senior. Seeing the old man appear, Yifan immediately bowed and greeted him. I really couldn't tell. You're so young, but you've safely survived 2 lightning tribulations. How rare, how rare. The old man looked at Yifan from head to toe and said with a smile. Yifan was shocked when he heard that. This old man was really not simple. He could tell at a glance that he had already survived 2 heavenly tribulations. After all, he had already completely concealed his spiritual aura. This person's cultivation level was so high that it was unfathomable. Senior, you're very observant. I'm very impressed. Yifan cupped his hands and said to the old man, since you have such a domineering spiritual aura, why are you forcefully hiding it? The old man frowned and asked Yifan, Senior, I have my own difficulties. I can't use my spiritual aura casually. Yifan replied to the old man, Senior, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Throughout this journey, I've been riding on horseback and running wildly. I didn't even dare to use my flying technique. Why? Is someone watching you? The old man's words hit the nail on the head. That's right. Yifan nodded and replied, there is indeed an expert watching me. With your current spiritual aura cultivation level, if you use your movement technique to the extreme, even a journey of 1,000 miles would be a matter of a snap of a finger. There are very few people in this world who can catch up to you. The old man asked Yifan in confusion. I wonder which expert has such ability. If he used his movement technique to watch me, it would be easier. Yifan said with a bitter smile. This person is a Heaven's Eye expert. No matter how fast my movement technique is, I can't escape from his eyes. Heaven's Eye. Hearing Yifan say this, the old man frowned at first, then smiled. No wonder. Senior, can you tell me the clues about the sacred cauldron now? Yifan changed the topic and asked the old man. No. The old man smiled and shook his head. Why? Yifan frowned and asked the old man. The sacred cauldron is a secret. How can I tell you this so easily? The old man smiled and asked Yifan, if that's the case, what does it take for you to tell me? Yifan asked the old man, didn't Gue Linglong say in the letter she wrote to you? Throw a stone to test the waters and make friends through gambling. If you succeed, the sacred cauldron will be in your hands. The old man smiled and said to Yifan, why don't you bet a few rounds with me? A bet. Yifan frowned when he heard that. If you win, I'll tell you the location of the sacred cauldron. If you lose, go back to where you came from and never come back to find me. How about that? The old man asked Yifan. Yifan didn't say anything. Do you want to bet? The old man asked Yifan. If you don't want to bet, then forgive me for not seeing you off. The old man said and slowly turned around, preparing to leave. Senior, please wait. I'll bet with you. Yifan stopped the old man and said. At this moment, he had no choice but to follow the old man's wishes. The old man smiled and turned around again. Senior, may I ask how we are going to bet? Yifan asked the old man. It's very simple. The old man smiled and said, you and I will bet 3 rounds. We will take turns to set the questions. Whoever wins the most times will be the winner. How will the questions be set? Yi Fan asked again. It's all-encompassing. You can set the questions as you wish. The old man smiled and replied. All right, fair and reasonable. Yi Fan said. The old man smiled and nodded slightly. You're the host, and I'm a guest. The guest changes according to the host. Yi Fan said to the old man, Senior, you'll start the first 3 rounds. He wanted to test the old man's methods and feel out his gambling style. This way, even if he lost the first 3 rounds, he could design the remaining 3 questions according to the old man's temperament. It would be a tie. In that case, he still had a chance. All right, the old man replied. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Senior, please set the first round's topic. Yi Fan extended his hand and asked the old man to set the topic. I see that your 5 senses are amazing and your spiritual power is profound. For the first round, we'll compete in movement techniques and play a game of hide and seek. The old man told Yi Fan the topic of the first round. Compete in movement techniques? Hearing the old man's words, Yi Fan immediately frowned. He had always been very confident in his movement techniques. However, that was then and this is now. He couldn't use his spiritual power now. How could he compete with the old man in movement techniques? Don't worry. In this forest, you can use your spiritual power as you wish. I can guarantee that the Heaven's Eye expert who is watching you will not be able to see you. The old man saw through Yi Fan's thoughts and smiled. Senior, are you serious? Yi Fan's eyes lit up and he asked, What? You don't believe me? The old man asked Yi Fan. I wouldn't dare. Yi Fan replied respectfully. Close your eyes and count to 3. Then open your eyes and look for me. The old man smiled. As long as you can find me and catch up to me, you win. Of course, my range of activity is within this forest. I won't make things difficult for you. If that's the case, then I'll show you everything I've learned and have some fun with you. Yi Fan smiled and said, if he could use his spiritual power, then this game would be a different story. Then I'll start first. The old man smiled. Okay. Yi Fan turned around and closed his eyes. 1. Yi Fan began to count. Whoosh, the old man's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. 2. Yi Fan's mouth curved and he counted the second number. He had already used his hearing to determine the old man's speed and position. At this time, the old man had already traveled more than 3,000 feet and was in the southeast. 3. Yi Fan counted the last number. Senior, I'm coming. Yi Fan opened his eyes slowly and smiled as he faced the southeast. At this time, the old man was more than 7,000 feet away from him. As long as he used his spiritual power to activate his movement technique, he could catch up to the old man in the blink of an eye. He was definitely going to win this round. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's heart stirred. He activated his spiritual power and activated his movement technique. Whoosh! Yi Fan instantly turned into a dazzling ray of white light and charged towards the southeast direction. His speed was as fast as lightning, and the white tail behind him was more than 3 feet long. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had traveled more than 7,000 feet and was directly behind the old man. Chapter 883. Seeing this, Yi Fan curled his lips. This old man's speed was indeed not slow, but compared to his own, they were not on the same level. Whoosh! As Yi Fan thought to himself, his figure instantly appeared behind the old man's back. The distance between them was less than 3 feet. Senior, I've been rude. As Yi Fan spoke, he raised his right arm and reached out to grab the old man's back. Since it was hide and seek, he had to catch the other party to win. However, Yi Fan thought too simply of the old man. Since this mysterious old man could see Yi Fan's spiritual power cultivation and speed at a glance, how could he compete with him in terms of speed without being fully confident? Just as Yi Fan's fingers were about to touch the old man's back, the old man suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Fan with a smirk. Whoosh! As he smirked, the old man's figure instantly turned into countless green light fragments and disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! Yi Fan's figure directly dispersed the green light fragments that filled the sky. How could it be? How could it be? The scene in front of him shocked Yi Fan, who had been confident of winning just a moment ago. This old man actually disappeared into thin air right before his eyes without a trace. Yi Fan's figure floated in midair, his face full of surprise. No wonder he wanted to play hide-and-seek with him in the first round. This person's speed was really amazing. Kid, your speed is really good. I haven't seen such speed in many years. As Yi Fan was thinking, the old man's voice came from above him. Above, whoosh. With a thought, Yi Fan's figure instantly rose from the ground and into the air. However, the result was still disappointing. There was nothing above his head. There was no shadow of the old man at all. In desperation, Yi Fan could only land on a thick, withered tree. He focused his vision and looked around. At this time, the poplar forest was full of fog, but all they could see was white fog and miasma. It was so dark that they couldn't see anything. When he first came in, the fog on the ground was only a foot thick, but now it had filled up the entire poplar forest. There was no need to guess. It was definitely that old man's doing. Senior's movement technique is like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You've really broadened my horizons. Yi Fan looked around and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you admitting defeat?" The old man asked Yi Fan with a smile. "This is just the beginning. How can this junior admit defeat so easily?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" The old man's voice was filled with interest. "You have other ways to find this old man? Why don't you give it a try?" Yi Fan laughed. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. Buzz, the instant he closed his eyes, Yi Fan's entire body was enveloped in a layer of moonlight. The moonlight was dazzling as it slowly flowed around Yi Fan's body. It was extremely beautiful. Bright moon in the sky. Yi Fan shouted and suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! As Yi Fan's voice fell, a huge ball of spiritual energy appeared around Yi Fan. The ball of spiritual energy was 90 feet in size. It was as cold as ice jade and as round as the bright moon. Green light flowed around it, and it was overflowing with colors. Yi Fan used a supreme technique. Proud moon, heavenly scripture. At this time, he was wrapped in spiritual energy, and his cloak was fluttering. He was like a clear moon hanging high in the sky. Bright moon in the sky. The technique was just like its name. Shwa, the ball of spiritual energy, was extremely overbearing. It caused an invisible shockwave to spread out in all directions with Yi Fan as the center. Whoosh, a strong wind blew and the shockwave exploded. All the miasma and white fog in the poplar forest was completely dispersed by Yi Fan's bright moon in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the poplar forest, which was still shrouded in fog and unfathomable a moment ago, suddenly became transparent and unobstructed. Since the old man used the fog as a hiding technique, Yi Fan might as well remove it completely. Let's see where he can hide, Yi Fan thought as he looked around. However, when he looked around, Yi Fan's eyes suddenly wrinkled. He had already looked around the entire poplar forest, but he still could not find the old man's shadow. Proud moon, heavenly scripture. The old man's surprised voice came from the void. Could you be supreme spiritual energy, bright moon in the sky? This young man's technique made the old man think of a person with a heaven-defying cultivation, a person whose name shook the three realms. Eldritch. Hearing the old man's question, Yi Fan's brows wrinkled even more. Just who was this old man? He was actually able to see through his origin from his moves. It seems that nothing can escape Senior's eyes, Yi Fan said slowly as he looked around for the old man. Senior's right. I am the person that Senior was talking about. However, I am no longer him. I am his reincarnation. After Yi Fan said this, the old man's voice did not come again. In the poplar forest, it was completely silent. Senior? Senior? Yi Fan called out to the old man. No wonder Gay Ling Long was not your match. After a long time, the old man's voice came from the void again. When Eldritch attacks, no one can stop him. Even 10 Gue Linglongs would not be your match. I just said that I am no longer eldritch, Yi Fan said calmly. Not eldritch? How is that possible? The old man said to Yi Fan, no matter how many times eldritch reincarnates, his primordial spirit is still his primordial spirit. It's just that he temporarily forgot his memories and changed his body. Yi Fan was silent after hearing this. The old man was right. After reincarnation, his primordial spirit was still his primordial spirit. Other than the loss of his memories and the change of his body, nothing else had changed. He and Eldritch were inseparable. They could not be separated. In a way, he was Eldritch. Whether I am Eldritch or not, I must get information about the Divine Cauldron from Senior today, Yi Fan said calmly. Whether you can get information about the Divine Cauldron from me depends on whether you can win the bet today, the old man said to Yi Fan. Then let's continue, Yi Fan said. All right, the old man smiled. I have always heard that Mr. Eldritch cultivation is heaven-defying and his spiritual energy is unparalleled. Today, this old man has met Mr. Eldritch, and it's a good opportunity for me to experience it. Then I have no choice but to offend you, Yi Fan said with a smile. As he spoke, he suddenly activated the heavenly demon's power. Swoosh! 2 dazzling red lights shot out from Yi Fan's eyes and went straight into the void. Since this old man was good at concealment techniques, then he would use the heavenly demon's eye. One must know that the heavenly demon's eye could see everything. It did not matter if the other party was a demon or ghost, immortal or monster. As long as the heavenly demon's eye shone on you, no matter how powerful your concealment techniques were, you would be exposed and have nowhere to hide. Heavenly demon's eye. In the void, the old man's exclamation came. He knew that Eldritch was powerful, but he did not expect him to have the heavenly demon's power. The old man knew how powerful the heavenly demon's eye was. No one could see through his concealment techniques, except for the heavenly demon's eye. Thinking of this, the old man immediately used his movement technique and dodged the 2 red lights at the moment. Swoosh! The old man's movement technique was very fast, and he quickly dodged Yi Fan's heavenly demon's eye. But even so, Yi Fan still discovered his whereabouts. The reason was very simple. The old man's peerless movement technique caused the flow of air. To Yi Fan, the flow of the airflow could be described as clear as a book of fire. Just as the old man moved, he sensed the old man's precise position. Swoosh! The corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled up, and his figure disappeared instantly. Swoosh! In just a moment, Yi Fan's figure appeared out of thin air 3,000 feet away. Swoosh! The red lights in Yi Fan's eyes shot out and shone directly in front of him. Whoosh! The old man's figure appeared in the red light. At this moment, the distance between him and Yi Fan was less than 30 feet. Inside the red light, the old man floated there with his mouth agape and did not recover for a long time. This junior won this round by luck. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Yi Fan smiled as he retracted the heavenly demon's eye and said to the old man, I really didn't expect that sir has already turned into a demon. The old man floating in front of Yi Fan said with a frown. Of all his calculations, he did not expect that the person who came today would be Eldritch reincarnation, nor did he expect that this person had already turned into a demon. Yi Fan smiled and did not comment. This old man has lost this round. The old man said, Senior, there are still 2 rounds of questions. Please enlighten me. Yi Fan cupped his hands and said to the old man, For the second round, let's compete in hidden weapons. How about it? The old man raised his eyebrows and asked Yi Fan, Hidden weapons? Yi Fan asked the old man in return. I saw that you used flying daggers well, so I want to compete with you. The old man smiled. What? Senior also wants to compete with me in flying daggers? Yi Fan asked the old man. Let's not use flying daggers. We'll compete with this. How about it? The old man broke off a withered branch from the withered tree beside him and said to Yi Fan with a smile. A branch. Yi Fan asked with a frown. How about it? Is it okay? The old man asked Yi Fan. If Senior wants to compete with hidden weapons with a branch, this Junior will accompany you. Yi Fan replied. But how does Senior want to compete? I have a string of copper coins here. The old man took out a string of copper coins and said to Yi Fan, in a moment, I will throw this string of copper coins into the air, and you will use this branch in my hand to hit this string of copper coins. If you hit it, you win. If you miss, you lose. Of course, the premise is that you're not allowed to destroy any of the copper coins, and you're not allowed to let any copper coins fall to the ground. Okay, Yi Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's begin. The old man smiled and handed the branch in his hand to Yi Fan. The branch was nearly a foot long and as thick as a little finger. Its shape was crooked and the branches were uneven. The string of copper coins in the old man's hand was strung together with a red thread. There were about a dozen of them. Watch carefully. I'm going to throw it. The old man smiled at Yi Fan. Senior, please. Yi Fan held the branch and said calmly. Whoosh. The old man suddenly threw the string of copper coins into the air. Chapter 884. Just as the old man threw out the string of coins, Yi Fan waved his hand. Swoosh! Yi Fan's nearly 1 foot long withered branch left his hand and chased after the coins. It was so fast that it was like a flickering light. As long as he used the withered branch to hook the red string on the coins, he would succeed. Swoosh, the withered tree branch was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already less than half a foot away from the copper coins. In the blink of an eye, the coins were about to be hit by Yi Fan's withered branch. However, just as the withered branch was about to hook the red string on the coins, the old man, who was floating in mid-air, suddenly squinted his eyes. Swoosh! As the old man narrowed his eyes, the string of copper coins that were flying up and down and clinking suddenly changed direction and moved horizontally at an extremely fast speed. The old man was using his psychokinesis to control the coins. Yi Fan frowned and thought to himself, no wonder he proposed to compete with me in terms of hidden weapons. Thinking of this, Yi Fan squinted his eyes and used his psychokinesis to control the withered branch in mid-air. The old man knew how to use psychokinesis, so did he. Swoosh! Under the control of Yi Fan's telekinesis, the withered tree branch that was flying up drew a beautiful arc in the air and chased after the copper coin. A battle of psychokinesis had begun. The whole string of copper coins tied with a red string danced wildly in the air, up and down, while the jagged withered tree branches followed closely behind, unwilling to give up. The two of them stared at the objects they were controlling without blinking. Swoosh! Under the control of the old man, the copper coins flew directly towards a poplar tree with dense branches. Pa pa pa! As the whole string of copper coins flew into the dense branches, more than a dozen withered branches broke. The old man was very smart. He wanted to use this move to stop the withered branch that Yi Fan was controlling. The copper coins were heavy and hard. When they flew into the dense, withered branches, it was as if they were entering an uninhabited area. However, the withered branch that Yi Fan was controlling was different. The withered branch was only as thick as a pinky finger and could not withstand any impact. Once it was hit by the broken branch, it would definitely break. Buzz, just as more than a dozen broken branches as thick as an arm were about to hit the withered branch, Yi Fan used his heavenly demonic power. His eyes flashed red, and they were as red as blood. Bang, bang, bang. A few crisp sounds could be heard, and more than a dozen huge branches exploded and turned into dust. Swoosh! The withered branch flew directly through the dust and continued to chase after the string of copper coins. You have a plan, I have a ladder. I will counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. If he could not even protect a small withered branch, why would he look for the 9 cauldrons? The green-robed old man could not help but nod his head when he saw Yi Fan's move, paving the way. This young man knew how to be flexible and didn't rigidly adhere to the rules, which was really rare. If it was anyone else, they would not have used their advantage, like him, the old man, of course. The reputation was of the eye, the rumors. Swoosh, once again, the copper coins. The distance between the two was less than 3 feet. Seeing this situation, the old man revealed a mischievous smile. The opportunity was here. With a thought, he used his psychokinesis to activate the copper coins again. This time, the copper coins did not increase their speed. On the contrary, it started to fly backward and collided with the withered branch behind it. He wanted to smash the withered branch that Yi Fan was controlling. With a distance of 3 feet, and with both sides facing each other, it would only take an instant for the withered branch to be smashed. Swoosh! Under the control of the old man's psychokinesis, the copper coins quickly rushed to the front of the withered branch. The old man's back thrust could not be more ingenious. He used the advantage of the copper coin's hardness to directly crush Yi Fan's withered branch. As long as Yi Fan's withered branch is reduced to dust, he would not be able to hit the copper coins. The old man thought to himself. The scene in front of him made Yi Fan's heart jump to his throat. This old man was indeed more scheming than others. First, he made use of his desire to win and urged the copper coin to continuously dodge, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Then he used a dozen withered tree branches to cover his back and attack together. When the withered tree branches under his control were about to hit the copper coin, he instantly turned around and changed from defense to offense, turning the situation around. These 3 moves were as smooth as flowing water. They were closely linked and were simply ingenious. The old man's first 2 moves were actually just a pretense. The third move, back thrust, was the real killing move. For the current Yi Fan, it was actually very easy to protect the withered branches. He only needed to activate his spiritual energy to envelop the withered branches, and he could easily block the incoming copper coins. However, he could not do that, because there was still a trap hidden in this. Once he used his spiritual energy to protect the withered branches, the copper coins would definitely be damaged. Before this, the old man had specially emphasized in the entire process of the bet, not a single copper coin could be damaged. Otherwise, it would be considered as Yi Fan's loss. In other words, once Yi Fan used his spiritual energy to protect the withered branches, he would definitely lose. Apart from that, even if he wanted to change the direction of the withered branches, it was already too late. The old man had already activated the speed of the copper coins to the maximum. There was no time for the withered branches to change directions and avoid the copper coins. The 2 of them were too close to each other, and their speeds were too fast. He could neither attack nor defend. He could neither advance nor retreat. The situation in front of him was a matter of life and death. At this moment, Yi Fan's nerves were tense, and he was constantly thinking of a way to deal with it. In a flash, Yi Fan's mind suddenly flashed with an idea. Got it. Yi Fan had an idea in his mind. With a thought, he activated the power of the heavenly demon once again. Buzz! Just as the whole string of copper coins was about to hit the withered branches, a thin red light suddenly appeared on the withered branches. Cha! The jagged withered branches were split into 2 from head to tail. Yi Fan had used the heavenly demon power to split the withered branches into 2 halves. The withered branches turned from 1 to 2. At the same time, the 2 branches separated to the left and right, cleverly avoiding the copper coins. Whoosh! The copper coins pierced through the branches. Good move. Seeing that Yi Fan's withered branches had turned the danger into safety, the old man was secretly impressed. This kid is really something. Not only did his move resolve the copper coins attack, but it also split the withered branches into 2, increasing his own advantage. To be able to come up with such an ingenious solution in such a short time, this young man was really talented and rare in the world. Whoosh! After avoiding the copper coins attack, the 2 branches drew a beautiful arc in the air and chased after the copper coins again. This time, Yi Fan was more careful. He split the 2 branches into 2, one on the left and one on the right, and surrounded the copper coins in a triangular formation. In this way, even if the copper coins suddenly counterattacked, he could protect one of the branches and hit the copper coins. "Good kid, you're really not simple," the old man said to Yi Fan as he used his telekinesis to control the copper coins to avoid the attacks. "Senior, you're not bad either. You almost made me suffer," Yi Fan said to the old man as he stared at the copper coin's flight path. At the same time, he kept controlling the withered branches to chase after the copper coins. "Looks like I can only use my trump card," the old man said with a smile. "Please enlighten me," Yi Fan replied. The old man smiled and squinted his eyes. Buzz in the old man's eyes. A green glow flashed and overflowed with colors. Buzz above the rapidly flying copper coin. A massive green light appeared out of thin air. What is this old man trying to do? Seeing the green glow on the copper coins, Yi Fan frowned and thought to himself. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately moved the two withered branches 5 feet away from the copper coins, increasing the distance between them. "Break!" The old man's eyes widened and he shouted, "Pa!" With a crisp sound, the dozens of copper coins that had been tied together a moment ago instantly broke the red string and exploded. The dozens of ancient copper coins that were wrapped in green glow changed direction and attacked Yi Fan's two withered branches at high speed, like a rainstorm. The scene in front of Yi Fan shocked him instantly. The old man had actually scattered the dozens of copper coins and hit the two withered branches that he was controlling. It was indeed a trump card. Yi Fan's eyes widened and he was at a loss. Am I going to lose just like that? Yi Fan thought to himself. No way. Absolutely not. He had spent so much effort to find this weird old man. How could he admit defeat so easily? If he gave it his all, he might win. But if he gave up, he would definitely lose. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll use everything I've learned to fight with this mysterious old man. Yi Fan closed his eyes at the thought of this. With a single thought, he activated the heavenly demon's power. This time, he increased his heavenly demon power to 80%. Buzz, Yi Fan's body suddenly glowed red, and flames shot up to the sky. Whoosh! In the flames, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Bang, 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 with a series of explosive sounds. The two withered branches that were flying at high speed suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the two withered branches turned into dozens of 1-inch long and thumb-thick wood segments. These dozens of wood segments were as red as blood, and were dazzling as they shot toward the dozens of copper coins. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically. This kid wants to use dozens of wood segments to hit all of my copper coins. How is this possible? The old man was shocked. Is this kid crazy? To hit all of the copper coins without damaging them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Could it be that a thought suddenly appeared in the old man's mind. Could it be that he wants to use these small wood segments to hit the square holes in the middle of the copper coins? Only in this way can he hit all of the copper coins without damaging them. That must be it. Thinking of this, the old man raised his arm and waved at the dozens of copper coins that had exploded in mid-air. Whoosh! The dozens of copper coins that were flying at high speed were waved by the old man and immediately started to spin. When a copper coin spun, not only could they increase their strength, they could also hide the square holes in their bodies. It was impossible for Yi Fan to hit the square holes in the copper coins. Whoosh! Seeing all the copper coins spinning rapidly, Yi Fan did not show any signs of weakness. With a flick of his sleeve, he waved it at the dozens of withered branches and wood pieces across the air. Whoosh! Chapter 885. One side was shrouded in green light, and dozens of copper coins were spinning at high speed. They were dazzling and dazzling. The other side was scarlet as blood, and dozens of withered branches were spinning at high speed. They were flowing with brilliant lights and specks of red light. The two sides were moving towards each other, like two balls of light rain meeting in the air. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of explosive sounds, The green and red rain of light instantly collided with each other. The green light splashed, and the red light danced wildly. The air waves caused by the collision spread out like a gust of wind, and the surrounding poplar trees swayed crazily, making creaking sounds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the two large light rain collided, it instantly mixed into green and red light and flew directly towards the poplar trees. Pa, pa, pa. After a series of dense, crisp sounds, everything returned to silence. On the trunks of the poplar trees, there were dozens of golden copper coins. What was even more shocking was that in the square holes of each copper coin, there was a dried branch about an inch long and as thick as a pinky finger. Yi Fan used dozens of dead branches to accurately hit the square holes of all the copper coins without missing a single bit. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled. He had won this round. Looking at the dozens of copper coins that were firmly nailed to the trunk of the tree, the green-robed elder was stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. He moved and floated directly to the front of the tree to observe carefully. He saw dozens of dried branches were nailed into the square holes of each copper coin, and they were deeply embedded. Good technique, really good technique. As the elder observed the dozens of copper coins nailed to the tree, he was secretly amazed by Yi Fan's exquisite technique. To be able to accurately shoot dozens of wooden pieces into the square holes of the copper coins at high speed, this young man was really not simple. To do this, not only did one need to have a quick reaction, a nimble mind, powerful cultivation, and amazing eyesight, one also needed to control the flying angle and impact force of all the wooden pieces in a split second. Eldritch was indeed eldritch. No one had done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Crack! Just as the old man was convinced by Yi Fan's exquisite technique, a crisp sound came from the withered tree. The old man took a closer look and was stunned at first. Then, his face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the copper coins embedded in the tree. Patter! After the crack appeared, the copper coin instantly split into two and fell into the mud on the ground. One of the copper coins had cracked. The scene before him made Yi Fan, who had been smiling just a moment ago, widen his eyes in shock. In an instant, his heart fell to the bottom of the valley. In order to hit the old man's dozens of copper coins, he was very careful, as if he was treading on thin ice. He thought about it carefully and countered every move that came his way. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would lose in the end when victory was in sight. The old man turned around and looked up at Yi Fan, who was floating in the air, and said with a smile, "It seems that this old man's luck is not bad. It's not that Senior's luck is good. It's just that Junior's cultivation isn't pure and my skills aren't good enough." As Yi Fan slowly descended, he said calmly, "Senior has won this round. To be honest, your heavenly maiden scattering blossoms was an eye-opener for this old man." The old man came in front of Yi Fan and said with a smile, "You were able to use such power on a mere withered tree branch. The younger generation truly surpasses the older. With your talent, if you were to cultivate in a sword immortal dermic formulation, you would have long reached the supreme realm of all swords in one. No sword under the heavens. Just by relying on your perception, you are able to reach such a realm. That's already rare in the world. How can you say that your cultivation isn't pure and your skills aren't good enough?" If this young man in front of him had cultivated in a sword immortal dermic formulation, he would have definitely lost the previous round. The old man thought to himself, "A loss is a loss. My skills aren't good enough." Yi Fan replied to the old man, "How can there be so many excuses?" The old man was taken aback when he heard that. Then he nodded with a smile. It was said that Eldritch was unruly and unconventional. His way of doing things was worlds apart from ordinary people. Seeing him today, he was indeed living up to his name. "Senior, it's time for the third round's question." Yi Fan cupped his hands at the old man and said respectfully, "For the third round, let's not compete in martial arts." The old man waved his hand at Yi Fan and said, "For this round, let's compete in wits. How about it?" "Wits?" Yi Fan asked with a frown. "How do we compete? How about this? You guess how many heads this old man has. Is it single or double? The old man leaned against a thick poplar tree and crossed his arms. He smiled at Yi Fan and said, "If you guess right, you win. If you guess wrong, you lose." How many heads? Single or double? Yi Fan was shocked when he heard that. He was dumbfounded. He never would have thought that the old man would actually set up such a simple and extremely difficult bet. It was obvious that the mysterious old man in front of him was not an ordinary person. In other words, he was not human at all. Otherwise, why would he ask him to guess how many heads he had? However, this old man could also be deliberately confusing him and making him suspicious. It's been hard on you to guess how many heads I have. How about this? It's simpler. You just have to guess if it's single or double. The old man smiled. Yi Fan was in a dilemma when he heard that. How was he supposed to guess? You may begin. I'll give you 10 minutes, the old man said with a smile. I can use my spiritual power? Yi Fan asked the old man with a frown. Of course you can, the old man replied with a smile. All right, then I'll take a good look at you, senior, Yi Fan said. As he spoke, he suddenly activated the power of the heavenly demon. Two blood-red light beams shot out from his eyes and shone directly at the old man. He used the heavenly demon eye. As long as the heavenly demon eye shone on him, he would know whether he was a demon or a monster, a deity or an immortal. Once his original form was revealed, he would know how many heads he had. Whoosh! As soon as the heavenly demon eye shone on him, the old man's body was instantly covered in red light. As soon as Yi Fan saw it, he frowned. Within the red light, the old man had 3 legs, 2 ears, and a green light. On his ears, there were 2 huge copper rings, and the old man only had 1 head. What kind of spiritual being is this? Why does it look so strange? Looking at the scene within the red light, Yi Fan could not figure it out. A spiritual being with 3 legs? Could it be the 3-legged golden toad? But the golden toad did not have ears. How could it wear copper rings? Yi Fan could not figure it out. As he thought about it, he kept the red light from the heavenly demon eye back into his eyes. How is it? Did you see it? The old man asked Yi Fan with a smile. I saw it. Yi Fan nodded. Then tell me, do I have 1 head or 2? The old man asked Yi Fan with interest. It's 1, Yi Fan answered with certainty. Senior, you only have 1 head. Of course it's 1. Although he could not guess what spiritual being the old man was, he was sure that the old man only had 1 head. The old man asked this question to confuse the public. Ha. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. Did I guess it right? Yi Fan asked the old man. You guessed wrong. The old man stopped laughing and said, I don't only have 1 head, but 2. 2, not 1. 2 heads? Impossible. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately frowned and said in surprise, This junior used the demon eye to carefully look at Senior's true body. Although I don't know what kind of spiritual being Senior is, this junior did see clearly that Senior only has a head. Is what the heavenly demon eye sees true? The old man asked with a smile. This. Yi Fan was stumped by the old man's question. Do you know why Gue Linglong called me the yin-yang eccentric old man? The old man asked Yi Fan. This. Yi Fan hesitated. I don't know. I don't mind telling you that I have more than 1 primordial spirit and more than 1 real body. The old man smiled and said to Yi Fan, What you saw with the heavenly demon, I was only a part of my real body. Part of your real body. Yi Fan was shocked. Senior, who are you? Can you tell me? I can't tell you now. The old man smiled. If you win today's bet, you'll know. Yi Fan frowned even more when he heard the old man's words. What? You don't believe me? You think I'm lying to you? The old man asked when he saw Yi Fan frown. I wouldn't dare. Yi Fan cupped his hands at the old man and replied respectfully. I just gave you 3 questions, and you only won the first one. The old man said, Now it's your turn to give me a question. Okay, Yi Fan said with a serious expression. He had only won 1 of the 3 games the old man had given him. He had lost the other 2 games. In other words, he had to win all 3 games. Only then could he beat the old man and get clues about the divine cauldron from him. Mr. Eldritch, please give me your questions. The old man put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Okay," Yifan said and slowly stretched out his left hand. "Senior, please guess how many fingers I have on my left hand. Is it single or double?" Yifan looked up at the old man and asked. This time, it was the old man's turn to be confused. What was this kid trying to do? He only had 5 fingers on his left hand. Why was he asking him to guess the number? Single or double? The old man was puzzled. "Senior, you may begin. I'll give you 10 minutes," Yifan said to the old man with a smile. The old man frowned and looked up at Yifan. He couldn't guess what Yifan was up to. "Senior, you can also use spiritual energy." Yifan looked at the old man with a smile and added, 5 fingers. "It's single," the old man replied. He really couldn't figure out what Yifan was trying to do. He could only tell the truth. "Senior, are you sure?" Yifan asked the old man. "I'm sure," the old man replied. "It's a pity that you guessed wrong." Yifan shook his head and smiled. As he smiled, he slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed at his left hand. Whoosh! A dazzling red light shot out from Yifan's right index finger and went straight for his left pinky. Smack! There was a flash of red light, and blood splattered everywhere. Yifan's left pinky was instantly cut off by the dazzling red light from his right hand. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The scene in front of him shocked the old man. This kid actually crippled his own pinky. Chapter 886. You win this round. The old man frowned as he looked at Yifan's bloody left hand. The game that Yifan had set up was a sure win game. If he guessed an odd number, Yifan would break one of his fingers and turn it into an even number. If he guessed an even number, Yifan would not have to do anything and would win the round immediately. In short, he would lose no matter how he guessed. This move was too clever, even though it seemed a little shameless. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Yifan smiled as he took out a handkerchief and wrapped it around his entire left hand. In an instant, the snow-white handkerchief was stained red with blood. He had already lost 2 out of the 3 rounds that the old man had played. He could not afford to lose any of the 3 rounds. That was why he came up with this bet. "Sir, it's time for the second round." The old man looked up at Yifan and said, "Senior, please continue to guess my left hand for the second round." Yifan smiled and said to the old man, "How many fingers do I have? Is it single or double?" The old man immediately frowned when he heard that. "Why? Are you going to break your own fingers?" The old man asked Yifan in return. "If you play the same trick again, you'll be a little shameless." If this went on, Yifan would only need to break 3 fingers at most, and he would win the 3 rounds easily. "Senior, don't worry." Yifan smiled and said to the old man, "This time, I won't play the same trick again and break my own fingers." "Won't play the same trick again?" The old man was puzzled. "Are you serious?" "If I play the same trick again, it'll be my loss," Yifan said with a smile. The old man was puzzled when he heard that. He could not guess Yifan's intentions at all. "Senior, please." Yifan extended his bandaged left hand in front of the old man and said with a smile. The old man lowered his head and looked at Yifan's injured left hand, then looked up at Yifan's smiling face. He didn't know how to guess. "Senior, do I only have 1 or 2 fingers on my left hand?" Yifan asked. "2." The old man pondered for a moment and answered. Since this young man had promised not to play the same trick again, he would answer truthfully. It was impossible for that brat's severed finger to grow back. The old man thought to himself. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Yifan's severed finger could really grow back. "Senior, you guessed wrong again this time." After the old man finished speaking, Yifan smiled. "Wrong again?" The old man was shocked. "How is that possible?" Yifan smiled but didn't say anything. He smiled as he slowly unwrapped the bloody handkerchief in his left hand. When the handkerchief was completely unwrapped, the old man's expression changed drastically. He was dumbfounded. At this time, Yifan's left hand had completely recovered. All 5 fingers were intact, and there wasn't a single wound. Rebirth with a drop of blood. The old man exclaimed, You actually entered the blood demon pool." He knew that Yifan already had the power of the heavenly demon, but he never expected that Yi Fan would enter the Blood Demon Pool. Among the 5 great demonic pools, the Blood Demon Pool was the most domineering. The power of the heavenly demon obtained from the Blood Demon Pool completely suppressed the power of the other 4 great demonic pools. Its power was so strong that it could rebirth with a drop of blood and regenerate bones. It was said that apart from the demonic realm's ancestor and the demonic realm's supreme being, no one could enter the Blood Demon Pool. However, this young man in front of him directly broke this ancient legend and obtained the power of the Blood Demon. Senior is right. Yi Fan smiled and said to the old man, "When I was in the Night Demon Cave, I indeed entered the Blood Demon Pool." Yi Fan said as he retracted his left hand. "Amazing! Amazing!" After hearing Yi Fan's words, the old man praised him twice in a row. The power of the Blood Demon Pool's demonic spirit is unprecedented. Apart from the demonic realm's ancestor and the demonic realm's supreme being, no one can control this power, the old man said to Yi Fan. "Mister's talent is unparalleled. You are indeed worthy of the name Eldritch." "Senior is too kind." Yi Fan smiled. "You entered the Blood Demon Pool and obtained the power of the heavenly demon. I believe that Tenmoni must have conferred you a title, right?" The old man asked Yi Fan. "You must be at least at the level of a guardian." Senior's guess is right. The demon lord thinks highly of this junior. Yi Fan smiled and replied to the old man, "I won't hide it from Senior. This junior is now the monarch of the demonic realm." The monarch of the demonic realm?" the old man said in shock. Yi Fan nodded. "Do you know that ever since the demonic ancestor created the demonic realm, the position of demonic monarch has always been empty and no one can fill it?" The old man asked Yi Fan with a serious expression. "This junior knows," Yi Fan replied. Tenmoni had mentioned this to him before. "Do you know why this position has always been empty?" the old man asked Yi Fan again. "This junior knows," Yi Fan answered the old man. "It's because apart from the demonic ancestor and the demon lord, no one can enter the Blood Demon Pool. That's only one of the reasons," the old man said meaningfully. "One of the reasons?" Yi Fan frowned and asked the old man. "To tell you the truth, the position of demonic monarch that you are holding now was specially reserved for you by the demonic ancestor." The old man's words were shocking. What? The demonic ancestor reserved it for me? As soon as the old man said that, Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock. He was dumbfounded. "That's right." The old man nodded and replied, "Back then, when the demonic ancestor established the position of demonic monarch, someone asked the demonic ancestor why he did so. After all, in the demonic world, there were demonic sovereigns and guardian demon generals. There was no need to establish the position of demonic monarch at all. However, after hearing the demonic ancestor's words, no one present had any objections." "What did the demonic ancestor say?" Yi Fan asked. The demonic ancestor said that there was only one person who could hold the position of demonic monarch in the future. The old man looked at Yi Fan and said, "Only with this person as the demonic monarch, the demonic world would not be destroyed in the future. It could even go on the right path." Yi Fan listened quietly without saying a word. Back then, someone asked the demonic ancestor who this person was, what his surname was, and why he had the ability to turn the tide. The old man continued. The demonic ancestor smiled after hearing that and did not answer. He only extended his hand and pointed at Yi Kong from afar. That was all. As the old man spoke, he raised his head and looked at Yi Kong. At this time, the sky had not yet brightened, but one could see the crescent moon hanging like a hook in Yi Kong's sky. It was as bright as snow, cold and proud. Yi Fan furrowed his brows and remained silent. Obviously, the person the demonic ancestor had prophesied back then was none other than himself. No wonder the demonic world wanted to establish the position of demonic monarch. No wonder Tenmoni would confer him the title of demonic monarch. It turned out that there was such a relationship between him and the demonic world. In addition, he was even more interested in this mysterious old man in front of him. This person was able to know about ancient matters and was able to see them clearly. He was definitely not an ordinary spiritual being. This old man once guessed the identity of the demonic monarch, but never would I have thought that it would be you, Mr. Eldritch. The old man turned to look at Yi Fan and said with bright eyes, I won't hide it from Senior. Right now, I only want to gather the patterns of the 9 cauldrons, comprehend the ancient secret technique, and save my beloved wife from suffering. As for the rest, I have no interest at all. As long as I can save my beloved wife, I am willing to pay any price, even death. Yi Fan calmly said to the old man, Senior may not know, but right now, I'm neither a human nor a demon. I am entangled with emotions, entangled with love and hate. The pain I feel is something that others cannot understand. Yi Fan said the words that he had suppressed in his heart for a long time. Some words could only be said to strangers. To people he was familiar with, he would not be able to say it. You are not even afraid of death, so why are you afraid of this pain? The old man asked Yi Fan. I'm not afraid of death, Yi Fan slowly said. What I am afraid of is living a life that is worse than death. The old man frowned after hearing this. It was said that Eldritch was ruthless and unruly. Who would have thought that this person was actually such an infatuated person? You are now tied with this old man. The old man comforted Yi Fan with a smile. As long as you win one more round, you will be able to obtain the location of the Divine Cauldron. Tell me, what do you want to compete in this 3rd round? You won't be guessing fingers again, right? In this last round, we will not compete in cultivation, nor will we guess fingers. Yi Fan said to the old man, For this round, we will compete in luck. Compete in luck? The old man smiled and asked Yi Fan. That's right, compete in luck, Yi Fan replied. That sounds interesting, the old man said with a smile. How do you want to compete, sir? It's very simple. We will compete with copper coins. As Yi Fan spoke, his 5 fingers curled into claws, and he sucked at the copper coin embedded in the withered tree. Ha! On the withered tree, a copper coin automatically popped out and flew into Yi Fan's hand. Let's make it simple. We will guess the heads and tails of the copper coin. Yi Fan said to the old man, I will throw the copper coin into the air and let it fall freely. Before the copper coin lands, you will say whether the copper coin is heads or tails. If you guess correctly, you win. If you guess incorrectly, I win. Of course, during the entire process, I will not use any of my spiritual power. This is only fair. Simple and clear. The old man nodded and smiled. However, aren't you afraid of taking a risk by doing this? What if you lose? To be honest, in the previous 2 rounds, I won somewhat unfairly. Yi Fan said honestly to the old man. This time, I want to ask the will of the heavens and see what they think. The old man frowned and did not speak. Even if I lose this round, it will only be a draw between you and me. I still have the opportunity to ask for advice from you. Yi Fan continued. Mister, you are a straightforward person, and I admire you for that. The old man said to Yi Fan. If that's the case, then please begin. Yi Fan smiled and gently flicked the copper coin in his hand. Hum! With a crisp sound, the copper coin in Yi Fan's hand spun and flew into the air. The 2 of them looked up at the sky. Hum! After flying several hundred feet in the air, the copper coin began to fall rapidly. As the copper coin fell, Yi Fan looked at the old man and asked, Sir, is it a pattern or an ancient seal? This copper coin was an ancient coin from the Qin dynasty. One side was a pattern, while the other side was an ancient seal. Pattern. Looking at the copper coin that was tumbling in the air, the old man answered. Whoosh. Chapter 887. Whoosh. Under the gazes of the 2 people, the shiny copper coin rolled to the ground. Pa! With a crisp sound, the copper coin fell on a withered tree stump on the ground. Seeing the copper coin fall to the ground, the 2 of them hurriedly looked over. Who would have thought that the moment they did, their expressions would change drastically? They saw that the ancient copper coin was not facing up, nor was it facing up. Instead, it was standing on the withered tree stump. After seeing this, the old man was dumbfounded and Yi Fan looked solemn. Neither of them had expected such a result. This round was Yi Fan's divination. Who would have thought that this would be the result? This is the will of the heavens. Yi Fan frowned and muttered. The attitude of the heavens towards him was completely neutral. It neither supported nor opposed him. There were too many variables involved in this matter. The copper coin standing still was not the final result. This was because this was not the most stable state of the copper coin. One must know that the copper coin could fall at any time, and it could fall to any side. The heavens were warning him that he was now at the crossroads, the center of a whirlpool. The final result of the search for the cauldron was entirely up to him. Mr. has won this round. The old man slowly raised his head and looked at Yi Fan as he spoke. Although the copper coin was standing on the tree stump, no matter what, it was not facing up as he had guessed. Yi Fan had indeed won this round. I won. Yi Fan nodded with a serious expression on his face. The warning of the heavens made him feel complicated, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. In today's bet, Mr. decided the outcome with a single round. You used luck to defeat this old man. This is the will of the heavens. This old man is sincerely convinced. The old man smiled at Yi Fan and said, "This old man is willing to accept his loss. I am willing to tell Mr. the location of the divine cauldron." "Thank you, elder," Yi Fan said as he knelt in front of the old man. "Mr. has won this. You don't have to thank me." The old man helped Yi Fan up from the mud and said. Yi Fan slowly got up. "After parting with you today, I don't know when we will meet again," the old man said to Yi Fan. "Before parting, I have nothing to give you. This ancient coin represents the will of the heavens. I will give it to you today as a memento." As the old man spoke, he bent over and picked up the ancient coin from the pile of deadwood and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan reached out and took the ancient coin. "I hope Mr. can gather all 9 cauldrons as soon as possible and achieve success." As the old man spoke, his body instantly turned into countless dazzling green light fragments and gradually disappeared. Whoosh! What disappeared with the old man was the remaining ancient coins embedded in the withered tree. Senior, you still haven't told me where the divine cauldron is." Yi Fan shouted anxiously as he looked at the green-robed old man who had already turned into specks of light and was gradually disappearing. Whoosh! The light fragments that filled the sky quickly dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Senior, Yi Fan kept shouting into the void. This mysterious old man was just about to tell him where the divine cauldron was. Why did he suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Senior, Yi Fan's shouts echoed throughout the forest. However, that mysterious old man did not appear again. Yi Fan stood there in a daze, as if he was in a dream. However, the Qin Dynasty ancient coin in his hand told him that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Rumble. Just as Yi Fan was puzzled, the ground under his feet suddenly shook violently. "What's going on?" Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart. Could it be that there was an earthquake? As Yi Fan thought about it, he activated his spiritual energy and flew into the air, floating. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a huge mud ball gradually rose from the mud below. Crack! As the mud ball gradually rose, more than 10 withered trees were instantly uprooted and submerged in the mud. What's going on? Looking at the huge mud ball that was gradually rising, Yi Fan, who was floating in the air, frowned. Buzz! Just as Yi Fan was frowning, several rays of dazzling green light shot out from the bulging mud ball below him. The green lights were brilliant and dazzling, illuminating the entire withered forest in green. Whoosh! As more and more green lights shot out, the mud on the mud ball began to fall off gradually. When all the mud was completely peeled off, a huge green light ball appeared in front of Yi Fan. The light ball was dozens of feet in size. The green lights were flowing, dazzling, and rotating nonstop. Within the light ball, a simple and ancient-looking bronze cauldron was floating. Divine cauldron. It was the divine cauldron. The divine cauldron had appeared by itself. The scene in front of him made Yi Fan ecstatic and amazed. Whoosh! He quickly descended and arrived in front of the green light ball. The divine cauldron in front of him was about 9 feet wide and 3 feet tall. It was densely covered with patterns and had 2 ears and 3 feet. On its 2 ears, there were 2 huge green bronze rings. When he saw the appearance of the divine cauldron, Yi Fan's pupils constricted and he was shocked. 3 feet, 2 ears, and bronze rings. Wasn't this the image of the old man he saw in the demon eye? Could it be? Could it be that the mysterious old man was the divine cauldron? Yi Fan instantly regained his senses. Senior, after guessing the mysterious old man's identity, Yi Fan knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the divine cauldron in the light ball. He had never thought that the divine cauldron would transform into the old man in green and meet him. Buzz within the light ball. The divine cauldron let out a deep sound. Whoosh, as the divine cauldron made a loud noise. Countless green lights shot out from the mouth of the divine cauldron. The green lights were dazzling and brilliant. The next scene was unforgettable for Yi Fan. Amidst the thousands of green lights, a huge bronze cauldron slowly rose from the mouth of the divine cauldron. This gradually rising divine cauldron was slightly smaller than the divine cauldron below. It was simple and unadorned, with thousands of rays of light and thousands of strands of auspicious chi. Divine cauldron. Another divine cauldron. Yi Fan could not believe his eyes. The mysterious old man was actually the incarnation of 2 divine cauldrons. No wonder he was called the yin-yang eccentric old man. No wonder he had asked him to guess how many heads he had. No wonder what he saw in the demon eye was only a part of him. It turned out that the yin-yang cauldrons had merged into one. This time, he had obtained 2 divine cauldrons. Yi Fan, who was kneeling in the mud, raised his head with tears streaming down his face. Junior thanks Senior. Thank you, Senior. As Yi Fan spoke, he kowtowed to the divine cauldron again. Buzz, after completely separating from the main cauldron, the second divine cauldron floated in mid-air. Senior, Junior wants to break the enchantment of the divine cauldron and obtain the patterns on the cauldron. If I have offended you in any way, please don't blame me. Yi Fan raised his head and said to the divine cauldron in front of him. Buzz, the 2 divine cauldrons let out a deep sound at the same time, as if responding to Yi Fan. Yi Fan wiped his tears with his sleeve and slowly stood up from the mud. He took a deep breath and calmed his chi, activating the domineering spiritual energy in his chi sea. Buzz, Yi Fan's will and anger were at its peak. In an instant, the flames around his body soared to the sky. This time, Yi Fan used the Xiantian secret treasure and the proud moon heavenly scripture. At this time, the flames that enveloped Yi Fan's body were completely different from before. The left half of the flames was the color of the moon. The green light was like the moon. It was the supreme spiritual energy of the proud moon heavenly scripture. The right half of the flames was the 7 colors. It was the domineering true spirit of the Xiantian secret treasure. The 2 ultimate techniques were hard and soft. Yin and yang complemented each other. Since it was the yin-yang twin cauldrons, he would use the yin-yang spiritual energy to break the enchantment. Senior, Junior has been rude, Yi Fan said, and suddenly activated his spiritual energy. He struck both of his palms towards the yin-yang twin cauldrons. Boom! Boom! 2 huge pillars of spiritual energy shot out from Yi Fan's palms and went straight towards the 2 divine cauldrons. The pillars of spiritual energy were 3 feet thick. They rotated and roared like 2 huge dragons flying out. In the flames, Yi Fan's white robe and long hair fluttered. Boom! The 7-colored spiritual energy of the Xiantian secret treasure hit the mother cauldron. Boom! The green spiritual energy of the proud moon heavenly scripture hit the 2nd cauldron. Green light burst out and the 7 colors danced wildly. The airwaves spread out and the earth shook. Shwa, with the 2 divine cauldrons as the center, 2 huge shockwaves of light quickly exploded outwards. The shockwaves were green and colorful. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Hung, pung, pung. Following the explosion of the two shock waves, all the withered trees in the swamp were cut in half like tofu. Wood shavings flew everywhere, and mud splashed everywhere. Broken branches flew into the sky and then fell heavily to the ground. Even Yu Hongji, who was waiting outside the poplar forest, was forced back several feet by the sudden huge wave of air. If not for the fact that she had cultivated the spiritual energy that Yi Fan had passed to her, she would have been thrown to the ground by the shock waves and be seriously injured. One had to know that Yi Fan had used two of his greatest skills to attack the enchantment of the two divine cauldrons. One, after stabilizing herself, Akatsuki removed the spiritual energy barrier in front of her. She removed her robe and looked at the Hu Yanglin again. Who would have thought that the moment she saw it, Yu Hongji's beautiful eyes widened and she turned pale with fright. The dense poplar forest had been completely destroyed. All the desert poplar trees were snapped at the waist and split into two. In the swamp, the muddy ground had been shaved 3 feet deep by the shock waves. Yi Fan, Akatsuki looked serious and muttered to herself. Wu! Xiao Zhao, who was in his arms, allowed a whimper as she looked straight at Hu Yanglin. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. In the poplar forest, Yi Fan retracted the flames and looked at the two divine cauldrons. At this time, the green light ball above the two divine cauldrons had disappeared. Under the attack of the two greatest skills, the two enchantments were broken by Yi Fan. But even so, the two divine cauldrons were still floating there and did not fall to the ground. Two red light pillars shot out from Yi Fan's eyes and swept around the divine cauldrons. Swoosh, wherever the red light pillars went, countless patterns and patterns on the divine cauldrons floated up. They followed the light pillars and flew into Yi Fan's mind. Senior, thank you for your help. After keeping all the patterns and patterns in his mind, Yi Fan bowed to the divine cauldrons and said respectfully, Wang, the divine cauldrons shone again and the enchantment reappeared. Whoosh! Chapter 888. After a short while, Yi Fan, dressed in a white robe, walked out of the devastated poplar forest. He had a smile on his face as his white robe and cloak fluttered in the wind. Out of the 9 cauldrons, he had already obtained 8. Naturally, he was overjoyed. As long as he could find a last cauldron, he would be able to comprehend the ancient secret technique recorded on it. He would then be able to rescue his wife's soul and reunite with her. Bufan Koen, seeing Yi Fan walk out of the poplar forest, Akatsuki was overjoyed and immediately went forward to greet him. At this moment, her hanging heart finally settled down. Zheng, Baihu Xiao Zhao, who had transformed into a little puppy, jumped out of Akatsuki's arms and ran straight into Yi Fan's arms. Did you wait for too long? Yi Fan stroked Xiao Zhao in his arms and smiled as he asked Akatsuki, How is it? Did everything go smoothly? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. It went smoothly, very smoothly. Yi Fan replied with a smile. Did you find the yin-yang eccentric old man? Akatsuki asked again. I found it. Yi Fan replied. So, you found the location of the cauldron? Akatsuki asked. I'm afraid you won't believe me, even if I tell you. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki that yin-yang eccentric old man was actually transformed by the cauldron. The cauldron is the eccentric old man, and the eccentric old man is the cauldron. What? The yin-yang eccentric old man was transformed by the cauldron? Akatsuki's beautiful eyes widened, and her voice was filled with shock. That's right, Yi Fan replied. The yin-yang eccentric old man is the yin-yang twin cauldrons. This time, I obtained 2 cauldrons at once. 2 cauldrons? Oh my god! Akatsuki was shocked again. Seeing that Akatsuki was inexplicably surprised, Yi Fan smiled and told her everything that had just happened. Regarding the entire process, Yi Fan downplayed it, while Akatsuki listened with trepidation. Yu Hongji frowned when she heard that the Qin dynasty coin was placed on the tree stump, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker. She immediately guessed the intentions of the heavens. The heavens were warning Yi Fan. Whether the final outcome would be happy or sad was still unknown. If there's a chance, I must properly thank Gui Linglong. Yi Fan said, if it wasn't for his letter, I wouldn't have been able to obtain these two divine cauldrons. At this time, Yi Fan was in a state of joy, so he didn't notice Akatsuki's expression. We should really thank him properly. Akatsuki regained her senses and said to Yi Fan, when I return from Xiang Temple, I will personally go to the ghost realm to thank him. Yi Fan looked up at the void and said with a smile, Gui Linglong was once one of the 9 great bell keepers. This time, he helped him find 2 divine cauldrons. It was reasonable for him to thank him in person. You want to go to Xiang Temple? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned his head to look at Akatsuki and nodded slowly. What are we going there for? Akatsuki asked. Using a doppelganger to confuse Gui Yin Sun can only fool her for a while. It's not a long-term plan. As time passes, Gui Yin Sun will definitely sense something. Yi Fan explained to Akatsuki, besides, we can't use spiritual power. It's too restrictive. You mean? Akatsuki seemed to have guessed Yi Fan's intentions. Xiang Temple is the head sect of the Taoist sections. Their Taoist techniques are the best in the world, so they must have a way to break the heaven's eye. Yi Fan spoke his thoughts. That is a method. Akatsuki said with a nod. Yi Fan was right. If they couldn't use their spiritual power, it would be too restrictive for the 2 of them. Not mentioning anything else, just traveling alone would take up most of their time. Since that Gui Yin Thousand Seeker could become Xie Tian's right-hand man, he definitely wasn't a normal person. Although Yi Fan could use the blood draw creation technique to create a clone to hide it for a while, it wasn't a solution in the end. Once they were seen through, everything would be for naught. Xiang Temple was the head of the Taoist sects in the world. Their Taoist techniques were exquisite and their position was respected. Even Matsumoto Takeyoshi did not dare provoke them. With Xiang Temple's strength, perhaps they could break Gui Yin Sun's secret technique. Let's go. We'll return to the inn first. Then we'll buy 2 good horses there and head directly to Xiang Temple. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. Akatsuki replied with a nod. The 2 of them began to head back. When the 2 of them returned to Yellow Mud Village, the sky had just begun to brighten. The 2 of them flew back to their room and pretended that nothing had happened. 2 hours later, the 2 of them were riding their horses and galloping on the road to Xiang Temple. On the road, the 2 of them kept changing horses. The man and the horse did not rest, and they finally arrived at Xiang Temple's territory before sunset. If it was a normal time, Yi Fan would only need half an incense's time to fly across 1,000 miles. But today, he had used an entire day. Using spiritual power and not using spiritual power, the difference was like heaven and earth. Who? At the foot of a towering mountain, Yi Fan reined in the date red horse. Why did you stop? Akatsuki stopped the white horse and turned around to ask Yi Fan. Xiang Temple is on the top of this mountain. In a dense forest, horses can't go up. We can only walk up the mountain. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki as he dismounted from the horse. Akatsuki nodded and also dismounted from the horse. The 2 of them tied the horse to a hidden place with lush green grass and then went up the mountain along the bluestone steps. Looking at this mountain, there were green pines and strong cypresses, tall trees and bamboos, birds chirping and flowers fragrant, birds flying and cranes dancing. It was simply like a fairyland. As soon as they entered the mountain, Akatsuki felt refreshed. Her body was light and her body was calm. The 36,000 pores on her body were all carefree. This is really a good place. Looking at the picturesque scenery around them, Akatsuki couldn't help but praise. Xiang Temple is a 1,000-year-old Taoist sacred ground. It is not comparable to the secular world. Yi Fan smiled and said to Akatsuki, if we were to stay here for a period of time, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have the mood to go out. Really? Akatsuki turned her head to look at Yi Fan and asked, really? Yi Fan looked at Akatsuki and smiled as he said, The two of them chatted and laughed along the way, and very quickly, they arrived at the dense forest on the top of the mountain. In the dense forest, a large-scale ancient Taoist temple sat there quietly. What a great Taoist sacred ground! When the purple sun temple in the depths of the forest came into view, Yu Hongji immediately revealed a shocked expression and blurted out. But the Taoist temple in front of them had cornices and arches. It was grand and majestic, celestial qi lingering around, auspicious and amiable. In front of the Taoist temple, there was an open field. The ground of the field was completely paved with blue stone. It looked flat and simple. In the center of the field, there was a huge Taiji 8 trigrams inlaid in it. The 8 trigrams were black and white. Yin and Yang were clearly distinguished. It was a Taoist style. On the vermilion door, the 3 gilded words Xiang Temple could be seen. The ancient words were written with vigorous strokes. It was a combination of hardness and gentleness. On both sides of the door, there was a pair of golden couplets. It was lively and carefree. The left couplet was Tao is high, dragon and tiger descend. The right couplet was virtue is heavy, ghost and God is respected. The horizontal couplet was all laws of nature. The entire Taoist temple was solemn, quiet, and made one feel reverence. Xiang Temple, it really lives up to its reputation. Akatsuki muttered to herself. That's natural. Yifan smiled and said, Why aren't we going in? Akatsuki turned her head and asked Yifan. Now is not the time. Yifan smiled and said, Why? Akatsuki asked puzzledly. Now is the time for the Taoists to do their evening classes. It's not convenient for us to disturb them. Yifan explained to Akatsuki. Yifan had sharp ears and could already hear the chanting coming from the temple. I wonder how long their evening classes will take. Akatsuki muttered to herself. At least 2 hours. Yifan answered. 2 hours? Akatsuki frowned and said, It seems like we have to wait here for a while. There's no need to wait. Someone is already here to pick us up. Yifan looked at Xiang Temple and said with a smile. Pick us up? Who is it? Akatsuki asked Yifan puzzledly. Who do you think? Yifan turned his head to look at Akatsuki and asked with a smile. Mingyu? Akatsuki suddenly realized. Other than him, who else would carry a fruit basket and run out so eagerly that even his Taoist hat is crooked? Yifan smiled and turned his head. Is it really him? Akatsuki asked with a smile. Speak of the devil, he's here. Yifan smiled. Creak. Just as Yifan finished his sentence, the door of Xiang Temple creaked open. Then, the little Taoist boy's mischievous smile and bright eyes appeared from the crack of the door. After seeing Yifan, the little Taoist boy smiled brightly and sneaked out from the gap. He carried a huge fruit basket in his hands, and it was filled with fresh fruits. Because he ran too quickly, the almond yellow Taoist hat on his head was crooked, and it looked extremely funny. Everything was as Yifan said. The little Taoist boy's funny and cute look made Akatsuki laugh out loud. This little guy is really interesting. Akatsuki thought to herself. After leaving the Taoist temple, the little Taoist boy gently closed the door behind him. He then sprinted towards Yifan. In the process of running, the Taoist hat on his head was crooked a few times, and it covered his eyes. As for his image, the little Taoist boy did not care anymore. He stretched out his chubby hand and pushed it to the side. Xiao Zhao! Xiao Zhao! The little Taoist boy shouted Xiao Zhao's name as he ran. Russell! Hearing the little Taoist boy shout, Baihu Xiao Zhao, who was lying in Akatsuki's arms, immediately jumped down and ran towards the little Taoist boy. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhao jumped into the little Taoist boy's arms. Xiao Zhao, did you miss me? The little Taoist boy stopped and stroked Xiao Zhao in his arms as he asked excitedly. Woof! Woof! Xiao Zhao, who was in the form of a little puppy, barked a few times. The little Taoist boy passed the fruit basket in front of Xiao Zhao and said happily, Look, what delicious food I brought you. Woof! Woof! Xiao Zhao began to lick the little Taoist boy's face. He. Chapter 889. I say, Mingyu, why do you only care about playing with Xiao Zhao? Are you not going to greet us, two distinguished guests? Yifan laughed as he walked in front of the little Taoist boy. Akatsuki followed closely behind. Immeasurable deity. The little Taoist boy bowed to Akatsuki and said politely, This humble Taoist is Mingyu. Greetings to Miss You. Greetings to Taoist Mingyu. Akatsuki replied politely to the little Taoist boy. They had met once during the demon slaying conference. After greeting Akatsuki, the little Taoist boy continued to play with Baihu in his arms. He had no intention of talking to Yifan. Hey, how did I offend you? Why won't you say hello to me? Yifan crouched down and asked the little Taoist boy with a smile. Who are you? I don't know you. The little Taoist boy looked up at Yifan and said impatiently, Who am I? Yifan was startled at first, then said with a smile, Who did you say I was? I don't know. The little Taoist boy said without looking up. You can even recognize Xiao Zhao. How can you not recognize me? Who are you trying to fool? Yifan asked the little Taoist boy with a smile. Humph. The little Taoist boy snorted and ignored Yifan. Hey. You were fine the last time we met. Why are you treating me like this today? Yifan asked the little Taoist boy in confusion. How did I offend you? How did you offend me? The little Taoist boy raised his head and squinted at Yifan with a pair of big eyes. He said with a sullen face, Let me ask you, why did you turn Xiao Zhao into a little dog? Yifan was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. After all this fuss, this little fellow was angry with him because of this matter. Yifan straightened the little Taoist boy's Taoist hat as he explained with a smile, You don't know, but someone is using the heavens to track me. I had no choice but to turn Xiao Zhao into a little colorful dog. Isn't it just the heaven's eye? What's so great about it? The little Taoist boy said angrily to Yifan, As the king of the demon realm, you can't even deal with the heaven's eye. How shameful. Yifan smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. He looked embarrassed on the surface, but he was secretly overjoyed. From this little fellow's tone, dealing with the heavens, I would not be difficult. This time, he found the right person. If you can't deal with it yourself, then come to me. What's the point of turning Xiao Zhao into a little colorful dog? Who did it offend? The little Taoist boy did not spare Yifan and scolded him. You're right, Taoist master. I was wrong in this matter, Yifan said with a smile. Look, aren't I here to ask for your help? Okay. Hurry up and turn back to your original appearance. I feel uncomfortable looking at your face, the little Taoist boy said to Yifan impatiently. But the heavens, that's tracking me. Yifan hesitated. This is Ziyang Temple, a Taoist holy place for thousands of years. It's surrounded by enchantments and guarded by ghosts and gods. No matter how powerful the heaven's eye that's tracking you is, it won't be able to see you. Don't worry. The little Taoist boy rolled his eyes at Yifan and said. As he said that, he used his golden robe to gently brush the little colorful dog in his arms. After a flash of golden light, the little colorful dog turned back into the snow-white, elegant Baihu. That's more like it. Looking at the restored Baihu Xiao Zhao, the little Taoist boy smiled and said to himself, What a resourceful little Taoist boy. The little Taoist boy's move made Akatsuki, who was standing to the side, turn pale with fright. Yifan's sky demon power was easily neutralized by this little fellow. She only knew that this Mingyu had the ability to predict the future, but she didn't expect his cultivation to be so powerful as well. Hearing the little Taoist boy's words, Yifan was relieved. With a thought, he turned around on the spot and removed the heavenly demon's camouflage. Hua! The black robe reappeared, and the silver hair reappeared. Yifan turned back to his original appearance. Once the camouflage was removed, Akatsuki's clothes also returned to their original appearance. Let's go, we'll talk inside, the little Taoist boy said to the two of them. He carried Baihu in one hand and the huge basket of fruits in the other. He turned around and walked towards Ziyang Temple. Yifan and Akatsuki followed closely behind and followed the little Taoist boy into Ziyang Temple. Martial uncle. After entering the gate of Purple Sun Temple, an elderly Taoist priest with white hair and beard respectfully greeted the little Taoist boy. Dao Ming, we have an important guest in the temple. The little Taoist boy said to the elderly Taoist priest, go and prepare 2 rooms. Also, prepare some vegetarian food and fruits and send them to the rooms. Yes, martial uncle. The elderly Taoist priest bowed to the little Taoist boy and turned to leave. Seeing this, Akatsuki was dumbfounded. This little fellow was only a few years old, but he had such a high seniority. Such an elderly Taoist priest actually called him martial uncle. Akatsuki turned her head and looked at Yifan. Yifan smiled and didn't say anything. Passing through the Spirit Palace, around the Jade Emperor Hall, and past the 3 Pristines Hall, the 3 people and 1 fox arrived at the backyard of Xiang Temple. The bamboo forest here was green and the environment was tranquil. When a night breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled, causing one to be intoxicated and feel a sense of transcendence. Not far from the bamboo forest, there was an antique bamboo house with a unique design. Yifan had been here before and knew that this was where Qing Chunzi usually meditated and rested. It was called Green Bamboo Loft. On the other hand, Akatsuki was completely mesmerized by the tranquility before her eyes. This is Green Bamboo Loft. It's where Senior Qing Chunzi meditates and rests. Yifan introduced the bamboo house to Akatsuki. Green Bamboo Loft. What a good name, Akatsuki praised. Everything about the Purple Sun Temple amazed her greatly, and she was intoxicated by it. Yifan was right. This place made one forget to return and did not want to leave at all. Stepping on the green stone path filled with bamboo leaves, the 3 people and 1 fox arrived in front of the bamboo house. Come in, the little Taoist boy said to the 2 of them and pushed open the bamboo door, striding in. Obviously, Qing Chunzi was not inside. Mingyu, Senior Qing Chunzi is not here. After entering the bamboo house, Yifan asked the little Taoist boy, Master went to the South Pole Immortal Elder to play chess and has not returned yet. The little Taoist boy said as he placed the fruit basket on the bamboo table. Yifan was stunned for a moment and then nodded. It seemed that Qing Chunzi's cultivation was not below that of a heaven immortal. Otherwise, how could he play chess with the famous South Pole Immortal Elder at the same table? Master is not in Xiang Temple. Make yourselves at home. The little Taoist boy carried Baihu with one hand and poured tea for the 2 of them with the other. Mingyu, do you really have a way to help me avoid the surveillance of that Heaven's Eye expert? Yifan asked the little Taoist boy as he sat down on a bamboo chair. Akatsuki sat next to Yifan. If I don't have a diamond, I won't take on a porcelain job. The little Taoist boy smiled as he handed 2 cups of tea to the 2 of them and said, It's just a Heaven's Eye. This celestial child can easily capture it. Really? Yifan's eyes lit up as he asked, TCH, does this celestial child look like he's lying? As the little Taoist boy with the white fox in his arm spoke, he sat down on the rocking chair opposite Yifan and began to rock comfortably. That's great. Yifan picked up the tea and gently blew on it as he said, You don't know, but in order to avoid the Heaven's Eye, we suffered a lot. Suffering is one thing. Didn't you get the 8 divine cauldrons? It was worth it. The little Taoist boy smiled as he picked up an apple from the fruit basket on the table and placed it in front of Baihu's mouth. The white fox opened its mouth and took a bite with a crunch. The little Taoist boy's words caused Akatsuki's pupils to constrict. How did this little guy know everything? Akatsuki was not the only one who was shocked. Yifan was even more shocked. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and his mouth was half open as he stood there in a daze. He did not even take a sip of the tea in his hand. Just who in the world was this guy? Why couldn't I hide anything from him? Yifan exclaimed in his heart. Even Ghost Eyes Qian Seeker could not see the swamp. How did this guy know? He even knew exactly how many divine cauldrons he had obtained. Drink tea, drink tea. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, the little Taoist boy grinned and took a sip of the fragrant tea. Just how much do you know about me? Why can't I hide anything from you? Yifan put down the bamboo cup in his hand and asked the little Taoist boy. Capturing dragons in the sea, ghosts in the netherworld, meteors falling from the sky, killing intent entering one's heart, lightning tribulation in the Lingyun cave, defeating the ghost lord in front of the demon palace. Yin Yang, eccentric old man, 2 cauldrons in hand. The little Taoist boy replied to Yifan with a smile. How is it? Was there anything wrong with what I said? The moment the little Taoist boy finished speaking, Yifan's face turned pale. Everything. This little guy knew everything clearly, without the slightest bit of error. Who exactly are you? Yifan asked the question that had been in his heart for a long time. I was a deity in my previous life. Because I made a mistake, I reincarnated into the human world and started cultivating again, the little Taoist boy said to Yifan with a smile. That's all I can tell you. If I say any more, Master will kill me. How do you know everything? Yifan asked the little Taoist boy. Could it be that you have heaven's eye too? I'm not boasting. The little Taoist boy crossed his legs and said, When I came to the human world, I had heaven's eye. When I was 5, I had already cultivated all-seeing eye. All-seeing eye? Yifan asked in surprise. Although he did not know what all-seeing eye was, he could tell that compared to heaven's eye, all-seeing eye was much stronger. According to Buddhism, there are 5 types of eyes, the little Taoist boy said. They're the naked eye, heaven's eye, all-seeing eye, Dharma eye, and Buddha's eye. Although heaven's eye is sharp, it can only see the surface. As for all-seeing eye, it can see everything in the human world. It is not something that heaven's eye can compare to. The swamp you were in last night was covered by the enchantment set up by the divine cauldron. Of course, that heaven's eye expert could not see it. However, to all-seeing eye, everything is useless. When the little Taoist boy said this, Yifan and Akatsuki, who were sitting opposite the bamboo table, were shocked speechless. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. He was born with heaven's eye. When he was 5 years old, he cultivated all-seeing eye. He could see everything in the human world and reach the realm of seeing everything. This little guy's realm was simply heaven-defying. 5 years old. Chapter 890. You really have hidden your strength well. After a long time, Yifan regained his senses and said to the little Taoist boy. He knew that the little Taoist boy's cultivation was extremely high, but he never thought that this little guy would be so powerful. At this moment, he suddenly felt very fortunate. The little Taoist boy was his friend, not his enemy. If the little Taoist boy was really his enemy, he would have died many times over by now. He could see everything that the other party did. How could he lose? I stay in the Zhang temple every day, not leaving the main door, not even taking a step out. I'm like a maiden in her boudoir. How could I show off? The little Taoist boy laughed as he drank his tea. Moreover, Master doesn't allow me to casually show off my cultivation in front of outsiders, or else I'll be beaten. It seems that I've found the right person to ask for your help this time. Yifan said to the little Taoist boy with a smile. He, I've indeed found the right person. The little Taoist boy laughed at Yifan. Then tell me, how can I avoid the ability of ghost eyes, thousand seekers, heaven's eye? Yifan asked the little Taoist boy. That's easy. I'll make you a heaven's luo umbrella. The little Taoist boy put down the bamboo cup and said indifferently, Heaven's luo umbrella? Yifan's eyes lit up. Akatsuki was also interested after hearing this. The 2 of them wanted to know what kind of treasure this Heaven's Luo umbrella was. That's right, Heaven's Luo umbrella. The little Taoist boy picked up a banana from the fruit basket and explained to the 2 of them while peeling it. Although the world is vast and endless, it's ultimately just a combination of yin and yang and the 5 elements. As I said just now, although the heaven's eye is sharp, what it sees is only the surface. This Tian Luo umbrella is a Taoist secret weapon. It can hide the shape and trace of the object under the umbrella. What is there to fear from the heaven's eye? Is this Tian Luo umbrella really that useful? Yifan's face lit up with joy. Of course. The little Taoist boy took a bite of the banana and replied with a smile. How long does it take to make a heavenly luo umbrella? Yi Fan asked. To make this celestial luo umbrella, you need to collect, shape, refine, and inject spirit into it. There are a total of 108 processes, and it will take at least 3 days, the little Taoist boy replied while chewing on a banana. 3 days? Yi Fan frowned. 3 days was too long for him. The 3 days I said is for others to do it. If this immortal child were to do it personally, it would take at most 10 hours. Looking at Yi Fan's frowning face, the little Taoist boy smirked. Hearing the little Taoist boy's words, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. You only know how to make fun of me, Yi Fan said with a smile. Cut the crap. Go outside and find 3 pieces of bamboo. They must be in excellent condition and flawless. Each piece of bamboo must be 5 feet long. The little Taoist boy began to arrange Yi Fan's work. Bamboo? Yi Fan asked in confusion. What do you need bamboo for? Nonsense, to make a Tian Luo umbrella. The little Taoist boy stared at him and said, What do you think I'm doing? Making bamboo rice. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the little Taoist boy to want to make a Tian Luo umbrella now, and he did not expect this guy to use bamboo to make it. What are you waiting for? Go. The little Taoist boy threw the banana peel at Yi Fan and said impatiently, Hey. Yi Fan quickly replied, I'm going. As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the door to look for bamboo. At this time, only Akatsuki, the little Taoist boy, and Baihu Xiao, who was chewing fruit in the little Taoist boy's arms, were left in the Quizhuxuan. I'm going to help him, Akatsuki said, standing up and preparing to go out to help Yi Fan find bamboo. She was not familiar with the little Taoist boy, so she did not know what to talk about. Instead of sitting here awkwardly, it was better to go out and help Yi Fan. Miss Yu, please wait. Seeing that Akatsuki was about to leave, the little Taoist boy suddenly called out to Akatsuki. The little Taoist boy said this extremely calmly. Compared to when Yi Fan was present, he was like a completely different person. Akatsuki frowned and turned around. While that guy is not here, I have a few words to ask Miss Yu, but I don't know if I should ask. The little Taoist boy looked at Akatsuki calmly and asked, Taoist Mingyu has something to ask me. Akatsuki asked the little Taoist boy with a little surprise. The little Taoist boy nodded seriously. Taoist master, what do you want to ask? Akatsuki returned to her seat and said. She was curious about what this little guy would ask her. The little Taoist boy pursed his lips and smiled, then lowered his head and stroked Baihu in his arms. Buzz! A golden light appeared on his hand and flashed across Baihu's body. Baihu was still chewing on the fruit, not knowing that the little Taoist boy had already used a Taoist technique on its body. At this moment, it could no longer hear any conversation between the little Taoist boy and Akatsuki. What does Taoist master want to ask? Akatsuki saw that the little Taoist boy was smiling without saying anything, so she took the initiative to ask, What plans does Miss Yu have for Yi Fan in the future? The little Taoist boy looked up at Akatsuki and asked calmly. When the little Taoist boy said this, Akatsuki's face was suddenly shocked. She did not expect that the little Taoist boy wanted to ask her this question. She frowned and looked hesitant, not knowing how to answer the little Taoist boy. Logically speaking, I am a stinky Taoist and should not ask about the matters between the two of you. The little Taoist boy continued, However, I am good friends with that stupid guy outside. Miss Yu is his friend, so naturally, you are also my friend, Mingyu. As a friend, I think I have a responsibility to remind you. Remind me of what? Akatsuki asked the little Taoist boy. Between you and Yi Fan, there's indeed a long life karma, and it is extremely complicated. The little Taoist boy said to Akatsuki, However, you're not the only one who has a long life karma with this guy. If anything happens to you in this life, you can only brew bitter wine for yourself. Under the veil, Akatsuki gently bit her lips and did not speak. I'm doing this for you, and also for Yi Fan. The little Taoist boy said calmly, If you two continue to be entangled like this, neither of you will have an easy time in the future. Do you understand my words, miss? I understand. Akatsuki lowered her head and softly replied. The little Taoist boy slowly nodded. Taoist priest, what should I do? Akatsuki asked the little Taoist boy with red eyes. Leave him, the further the better. The little Taoist boy said faintly. But, Akatsuki's voice began to choke with sobs. But you are not reconciled, right? The little Taoist boy asked Akatsuki. Akatsuki nodded, and tears flowed down her face. Tell me, what do you want? To be with him for the rest of your life? The little Taoist boy asked Akatsuki again. Akatsuki shook her head. I don't expect to be with him for the rest of my life. I just want him to have me in his heart. Akatsuki said with tears. Sai, you are really stupid. The little Taoist boy sighed. You have already won his heart, but he has been acting. Taoist priest, are you serious? Akatsuki raised her head and looked at the little Taoist boy with tears in her eyes. A love-struck man and a resentful woman. Troublesome. Sigh. The little Taoist boy sighed. Taoist priest, besides leaving him, is there any other way? Akatsuki asked while choking with sobs. There is. The little Taoist boy replied. What is it? Akatsuki anxiously asked. Marry him. The little Taoist boy said. After listening to the little Taoist boy, Akatsuki was silent. She knew in her heart that Yi Fan would never marry her, because he already had Fujiwara no Chiko. Either leave him or marry him. You only have these two options. The little Taoist boy continued, There is no other way. I know what to do. Akatsuki wiped her tears and softly replied, When I help him find the ninth cauldron, I will leave him. The little Taoist boy took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily and did not speak again. Can he hear us? Akatsuki asked the little Taoist boy. Don't worry. This Quizhuchuan has a bounded domain. He can't hear us. The little Taoist boy said, Wipe your tears. That guy will come back soon. Akatsuki nodded and began to wipe the tears in her eyes. Patter. As soon as Akatsuki finished wiping her tears, the door of the Quizhuchuan was opened. Mingyu, come and see if these bamboo I found are okay. Yi Fan came into the room with a bundle of bamboo in his arms. I asked you to find 3 bamboo. Why did you get so many? Looking at the more than 10 bamboo in Yi Fan's arms, the little Taoist boy asked directly. I was afraid that the bamboo I found was not to your liking, so I got more. Yi Fan answered the little Taoist boy with a smile. How many bamboo did you break? The little Taoist boy stared at Yi Fan and asked. Not many, just a few dozen. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked the little Taoist boy. A few dozen, right? The little Taoist boy took a bamboo from Yi Fan's arms with a smile and said, Then don't hold it. Put it down. Okay. Yi Fan smiled and put a bundle of bamboo on the ground. I told you to break a few dozen. As soon as Yi Fan put a bundle of bamboo on the ground, the little Taoist boy whipped the bamboo in his hand directly at him. Pa! The bamboo hit Yi Fan's back hard, making Yi Fan grimace in pain. Mingyu, why did you hit me? Yi Fan dodged as he asked the little Taoist boy loudly. I told you to break 3 bamboo, not to pluck onions. A few dozen bamboo. Do you think you're building a bamboo house? When Master comes back, how am I going to explain it to him? The pale-faced little Taoist boy pointed the bamboo pole in his hand at Yi Fan as he huffed angrily. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes this Lord Horse has. Swoosh! As the little Taoist boy spoke, he whipped the bamboo in his hand at Yi Fan again. At this time, Yi Fan also knew that he was in trouble, so he immediately ran outside. You still dare to run? The little Taoist boy, who missed, gritted his teeth as he held the bamboo in his hand behind him. Then he used his movement skills and chased after him. Chapter 891. Whoosh! Within the bamboo forest, Yi Fan's figure flashed as he charged forward. Whoosh! The little Taoist boy, who was holding the 5-foot-long bamboo pole, was furious and chased after him. Mingyu, isn't it just a few bamboo poles? Is there a need for you to be so angry? Yi Fan shouted at the little Taoist boy as he ran. A few bamboo poles? The little Taoist boy chased after him and said angrily, Master asked me to pick these bamboos from the immortal mountains overseas. Do you think there are wild bamboos all over the mountains? I was kind enough to let you pick 3 bamboo poles to make your Tian Luo umbrella, but you came here to give me a piece of land. Are you a wild boar? Ah, I didn't know these bamboo poles were so precious. Yi Fan was at a loss for words, so he started to argue irrationally. The bamboo garden has been destroyed, so I definitely can't avoid Master's beating. The little Taoist boy gritted his teeth and said, "Before your but blossoms, I'll give you a good beating to vent my anger." The little Taoist boy said as he sped up. Whoosh! However, a golden shadow suddenly appeared behind Yi Fan in an instant. "I told you to run." Whoosh! The little Taoist boy said as he whipped the bamboo pole in his hand at Yi Fan's back. Yi Fan shuddered and immediately activated his movement technique to move to the side at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! The little Taoist boy's bamboo pole missed. Boom! The force generated by the bamboo pole directly created a 3-foot-deep crack in the ground. You really hit me." Looking at the gigantic trench on the ground, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and asked the little Tao child anxiously. The little Taoist boy bent the bamboo pole in his hand and squinted at Yi Fan. "You dare to dodge? Mingyu I was wrong, okay? I apologize to you." Yi Fan shuddered when he saw the way the little Taoist boy narrowed his eyes. He quickly admitted defeat. He said as he bowed to the little Taoist boy, "Apologize? It's too late," the little Taoist boy said with a cold smile. Whoosh! He shook the bamboo pole in his hand and rushed toward Yi Fan again. "Are you a donkey? Why are you so stubborn?" Yi Fan ran again and shouted at the little Taoist boy, "I have already apologized to you, and you still don't let me go. How dare you say that I was born in the year of the donkey?" The little Taoist boy who was chasing after Yi Fan had flames in his eyes. With a swoosh, he threw the bamboo pole in his hand at Yi Fan. Whoosh! The green bamboo pole turned into a green shadow and went straight for the back of Yi Fan's head. Seeing the little Taoist boy let go of the green bamboo pole in his hand, Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He quickly tilted his head and avoided the attack of the green bamboo pole. However, he thought too simply of the little Taoist boy. This little guy could cultivate the all-seeing eye at the age of 5. One could only imagine how strong his cultivation was. Turn! Just as the green bamboo pole flew past Yi Fan's right ear, the little Taoist boy's voice came from behind Yi Fan. "Turn? What turn?" Yi Fan, who was running, was confused by the little Taoist boy's words. Could it be that he was reminding him to turn? Ha! Just as Yi Fan was in a daze, the green bamboo pole that was sticking close to Yi Fan's right ear and moving in a straight line suddenly changed direction and ruthlessly slapped Yi Fan's right cheek. Ouch! Yi Fan cried out in pain. It seemed that the little Taoist boy was trying to make the green bamboo pole turn. Yi Fan finally regained his senses. What kind of trick was this guy using? He was actually able to make the green bamboo pole listen to him obediently and turn around just like that. However, he was sure that the little Taoist boy didn't use spiritual energy for this move, because from the beginning to the end, Yi Fan didn't sense any spiritual energy from the little Taoist boy. If it wasn't spiritual energy, that must be Taoist technique. Yi Fan thought to himself as he held onto his burning right cheek and continued to grow taller. He guessed correctly. The little Taoist boy didn't use any spiritual energy. The little Taoist boy's move just now was called object manipulation in Taoism. However, the object manipulation of ordinary Taoist experts could only control the magic tools that they had refined themselves. However, the little Taoist boy's object manipulation had already reached the peak of perfection and could control all things. He could use telekinesis to control it, and even use words to control it. He had already reached the realm of telekinesis. Not to mention turning, the little Taoist boy could even make the bamboo pole perform a Persian dance with ease. As the saying goes, Taoist technique is the door to many wonders. The profoundness of the little Taoist boy's Taoist technique and the depth of his realm were obvious. Yifan stopped in midair and shouted at the little Taoist boy below him. "You rascal, you're shameless." The little Taoist boy's lips curled up. He reached out his hand to summon the bamboo pole back to his hand and laughed. "I'm using an orthodox Taoist technique. How can you call it shameless?" After hitting Yifan, the little Taoist boy's mood improved a lot. The reason why he didn't let go of Yifan was because he wanted to play around with Yifan. After all, he had been cooped up in the Purple Sun Temple for too long and was too bored. Yifan was his friend, so it didn't matter how he played around with him. At the same time, he also wanted to see what realm Yifan's cultivation had reached. "You've already hit me once. Are you satisfied?" Yifan asked the little Taoist boy. "Once won't do." The little Taoist boy patted his palm with a bamboo pole and laughed. "You pulled out dozens of immortal bamboos. No matter what, you have to let me hit you dozens of times. Only then will it be fair." "Dozens of times?" Yifan said angrily. "You stubborn donkey, are you trying to kill me? You still dare to call me a donkey?" The little Taoist boy said angrily. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped into the air, heading straight for Yifan. "Stubborn donkey! Stubborn donkey! Stubborn donkey!" Yifan shouted to the little Taoist boy. "I'm going to knock out a few of your teeth today." As the little Taoist boy spoke, he threw the bamboo pole at Yifan again. Whoosh! The green shadow appeared again. The bamboo pole was heading straight for Yifan's face. This time, Yifan learned his lesson. Seeing the bamboo pole coming at him, Yifan raised his right hand and waved it at the bamboo pole. Crack! The bamboo pole was split into two and exploded. "Let's see how you're going to use it after I split it into two." "Combine!" the little Taoist boy shouted. "Pa!" The two halves of the bamboo pole that had exploded instantly merged back together and attacked Yifan again at high speed. "That works too?" Yifan stuck out his tongue in shock. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "I'll hide first." As Yifan thought to himself, he immediately turned around and fled. In terms of spiritual power, he might be able to compete with the little Taoist boy. However, in terms of Taoist techniques, he was a layman. He knew nothing. After him, the little Taoist boy shouted. Whoosh! The bamboo pole drew a beautiful arc in the air and chased closely behind Yifan. "How troublesome!" Yifan muttered to himself as he turned around to look at the bamboo pole behind him. He stretched out his right hand and used his thumbnail to make a cut on the tip of his index finger. Once his skin was cut, fresh blood immediately gushed out. Shifting forms. As Yifan spoke, he flung his bloodied finger behind him. At the same time, he activated his heavenly demon power. Buzz as dozens of drops of fresh blood fell like rain. Dozens of Yifan appeared out of thin air. Yifan used his heavenly demon power to create dozens of clones. He wanted to confuse the little Taoist boy. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest was filled with Yifan's clones. Yifan was well aware of the little Taoist boy's sudden outburst. It was obvious that this little guy was deliberately looking for trouble. His goal was to learn from him. Since that was the case, he would accompany this little guy today and see how many tricks he had up his sleeves. Whoosh! The moment the dozens of clones blocked the little Taoist boy's line of sight, Yifan used his movement technique and disappeared in an instant. When he saw the dozens of Yifan that appeared out of thin air, the little Taoist boy was stunned at first. Then he smiled evilly. He waved his hand, and the bamboo pole flew back to him. "Why did you stop fighting?" Among the clones, Yifan smiled and asked the little Taoist boy. "A bunch of imposters. What's there to fight?" The little Taoist boy smiled and said, "I'm fighting the real deal. I don't have time to play house with you." As he spoke, he activated his movement technique and prepared to fly to the Three Pristine's palace in the distance. His intuition told him that Yifan's real body was flying there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the little Taoist boy was about to leave, dozens of Yifan moved and surrounded the little Taoist boy. "What are you doing? Bullying me with numbers?" The little Taoist boy looked at the Yifan around him and asked. As long as Taoist priest agrees to let this matter rest and not pursue it further, we will let you go, Yi Fan said with a smile. What if I don't agree? The little Taoist boy smiled and asked in return. Then we will have to offend you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, dozens of clones swarmed forward and surrounded the little Taoist boy. Facing the attacks of the clones, the little Taoist boy sneered and closed his eyes. Pa, pa, pa. Dozens of Yi Fan extended their arms and hugged the little Taoist boy tightly. From afar, it looked like a huge human ball floating in mid-air. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Just as the clones trapped the little Taoist boy tightly, the little Taoist boy's childish voice came from the center of the human ball. Buzz, countless dazzling golden lights shot out from the gaps of the human ball. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the golden lights, dozens of Yi Fan's clones also burst out. Whoosh! The clones didn't even make a sound before they turned into drops of blood and sprinkled down. The little Taoist boy opened his eyes slowly with a smile on his face. With a thought, he used his movement technique and disappeared into thin air with a whoosh. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the little Taoist boy appeared in front of the Three Pristine's palace. He looked around and then slowly walked towards the Three Pristine's palace. At this time, the sky was completely dark. In Yikong, the stars twinkled and the crescent moon was like a hook. The Three Pristine's palace was brightly lit and the sound of chanting was loud. All the Taoist priests were focused on their evening classes and reciting the Tao Te Ching. Creak, the little Taoist boy, who was holding a bamboo pole, pushed open the door and entered. If he didn't guess wrongly, Yi Fan should be here. Seeing the little Taoist boy holding a bamboo pole, all the Taoist priests couldn't help but tense up. They thought that the little Taoist boy was here to check if they were making up the numbers. In the Purple Sun Temple, other than Qing Chenzi, they were most afraid of the little Taoist boy. Although he was a child, his seniority was extremely high. When Qing Chenzi wasn't around, he was the temple leader. This martial uncle was usually smiling and was no different from child. However, when it came to cultivation, he didn't care about anything. No matter who it was, as long as they were lazy in cultivation, they would never be able to escape his eyes. For a moment, the sound of chanting was much louder than before the little Taoist boy came in. In the spiraling smoke, the little Taoist boy smiled. Chapter 892. There was no need to guess. The extra Taoist priest must be Yi Fan. Let's see where you can run to this time. The little Taoist boy smiled and thought to himself. He tapped his palm lightly with the bamboo pole as he slowly took 4 square steps forward. As he walked, he began to check every Taoist priest. The number of Taoists in the Purple Sun Monastery was neither too many nor too few, a total of 108 people. Other than the Taoist priests who were on duty, guarding the mountain gate, and preparing vegetarian meals, there should be 100 people in the main hall. But at this moment, there were 101 Taoist priests in the main hall. The little Taoist boy guessed correctly. The extra Taoist priest was none other than Yi Fan. He first used his doppelganger to cover the rear. Then, he used the power of the Sky Demon to change his clothes and appearance into that of a young Taoist priest. He quietly blended into the Taoist priests in the Three Pristine's temple. At this moment, he was wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe. His hair was tied up in a yin and yang bun. He wore square cloth shoes and a 5-colored silk belt around his waist. He was dressed like a Taoist priest. Tao can be Tao, but it is not Tao. Names can be named, but they are not names. Nameless, the beginning of all things. Named, the mother of all things. Therefore, if one has no desire, one can observe the wonders. If one has desire, one can observe the essence. These two come from the same origin, but have different names. They are both called mysteries. Mysteries within mysteries, the gate of all mysteries. Yi Fan held a horsetail whisk and wore a Taoist hat. He recited the Tao Te Ching in a low voice while glancing at the little Taoist boy who was walking towards him. Yi Fan had already memorized the Tao Te Ching. When he was young, Yikong would punish him to copy Buddhist scriptures whenever he made a mistake. He had been punished to copy the Tao Te Ching hundreds of times. Naturally, he could recite it backwards. Soon, the little Taoist boy with the bamboo pole came to Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan closed his eyes and continued to recite the Tao Te Ching in a serious manner. The little Taoist boy smiled and sat down cross-legged beside Yi Fan. His divine vision had already reached the realm of seeing everything. Yi Fan's little trick could not escape his eyes. The world knows that beauty is beautiful, but it is evil. The world knows that good is good, but it is not good. Existence and non-existence engenders each other, and it is difficult and easy to complement each other. Length and length match each other. Height and height match each other. Sound and sound match each other. Front and back follow each other forever. Therefore, the sage does not do anything and teaches without saying anything. Everything is created without beginning, and everything is born without. Yi Fan's expression did not change at the arrival of the little Taoist boy. He continued to work hard. Now that you mention it, you really do look like one now. The little Taoist boy moved his head close to Yi Fan's ear and exposed Yi Fan's trick with one sentence. Yi Fan opened his eyes and stopped reciting the Tao Te Ching. He smiled and glanced at the little Taoist boy. The little Taoist boy patted his palm with a bamboo pole and said to Yi Fan with a mischievous smile, "What do you think? You can't run away this time, right? What? You want to hit me in front of the three pure ones?" Yi Fan turned his head and asked the little Taoist boy with a smile. The little Taoist boy was stunned at first and then frowned. "I am reciting the Tao Te Ching now." Yi Fan smiled and asked the little Taoist boy, "If you hit me now, aren't you afraid that the three pure ones will punish you? You're messing around in the three pure ones hall and disrupting the evening class. Aren't you afraid that Senior Ching Chinzi will beat your little butt?" The little Taoist boy was so angry at Yi Fan that his face turned pale, and he said in a low voice, You are shameless." Yi Fan was right. It was a serious crime to disturb someone's recitation of the Tao Te Ching, especially in front of the three pure ones. Once he got into a fight with Yi Fan here, it would definitely affect the evening class of the Tao Te Ching. It was a crime on top of a crime. If his teacher Qing Chenzi found out about this, his butt would really be beaten into a pile of rotten meat. Thinking of this, the little Taoist boy couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and he even touched his own butt. "Ha ha ha." Yi Fan smiled and said with a mischievous smile, "In front of the three pure ones, I don't dare to speak carelessly. How can you call this shameless?" This time, it was Yi Fan's turn to gain the upper hand. You should leave the three pure ones hall now." The little Taoist boy whispered to Yi Fan. As long as Yi Fan left the three pure ones hall, he could teach this guy a lesson. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "Once I leave here, you'll beat me to death. I'm not going out. If you want to hit me, then hit me here. I won't dodge. If you're a man, then come out with me. What's the point of staying here?" The little Taoist boy started to provoke him. "I'm a man. If I say I'm not going out, then I'm not going out." Yi Fan didn't fall for the little Taoist boy's trick and refused to leave no matter what. The little Taoist boy gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Fan, his little face turning green and white with anger. "I say, Mingyu, can we make peace and stop messing around?" Seeing the little Taoist boy's angry look, Yi Fan moved his head in front of the little Taoist boy and asked with a face full of smiles. The little Taoist boy rolled his eyes at Yi Fan and didn't say anything. He had planned to have a good fight with Yi Fan, but this time, this guy refused to leave the three pure ones hall. Taoists pay attention to peace and quiet. Look at you now. You're about to eat people. Where's the noble Taoist style of Ziyang Temple? Yi Fan said to the little Taoist boy with a smile. "Let's talk nicely, okay?" The little Taoist boy glanced sideways at Yi Fan, and his eyes were full of whites. "How about this?" Yi Fan smiled and said to the little Taoist boy, "Put all the celestial bamboos I plucked on my tab. After I find the 9 cauldrons and save Chico, I will personally go to the celestial mountains overseas and pluck a few dozen stalks for you to atone for my sins. How about that? The little Taoist boy curled his lips and didn't say anything. I will also donate a large amount of incense money to Xiang Temple and help the 3 pure ones reconstruct their golden bodies. All the merit will be yours. Yifan continued to say to the little Taoist boy. The little Taoist boy raised his head and thought for a while, but still didn't say anything. Hey. We are both one of 9 great bell keepers. We should support each other. Yifan said anxiously. We were born from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? Seeing that the little Taoist boy still didn't say anything, Yifan brought up the 9 great bell keepers. Hearing Yifan's words, the little Taoist boy took a deep breath and then exhaled. You agree? Yifan asked tentatively. You're so boring. The little Taoist boy curled his lips and said as he stood up and walked out of the 3 pure palace. Hey. Yifan stood up and chased after the little Taoist boy. He knew that the little Taoist boy wanted to learn from him. He didn't do as he wished, so he was naturally unhappy. Mingyu, Yifan called out to the little Taoist boy as he chased after him. However, to his surprise, the little Taoist boy was not outside the door. Pa! Following a crisp sound, the green bamboo pole hit Yifan squarely on the top of his head. Ouch! Yifan was in pain and immediately turned around to look behind him. Pa! As he turned around, Yifan's forehead was hit again. Ha! Whoosh! The little Taoist boy appeared in front of Yifan and laughed. He had purposely stood up and left just now to lure Yifan out. Yifan really fell for his trick. Seeing that the little Taoist boy was playing with him, Yifan covered his head and squinted at the little Taoist boy. He wanted to coax this little guy, but he didn't expect this guy's acting skills to be so good that even he was fooled. What? You don't like it? Seeing that Yifan's eyes were burning with anger, the little Taoist boy raised his chin and asked, Hee, I'm convinced. Yifan smiled and said. The little Tao child chuckled with a smug expression. Mingyu, let's stop fooling around, Yifan said to the little Taoist boy. If you really want to learn from each other, wait until I rescue Chico. Then, I'll play with you. How about it? Are you the one who said that? The little Taoist child's eyes lit up as he asked Yifan, When have I ever lied to you? Yifan replied with a smile. That's more like it. The little Taoist boy smiled satisfactorily. Tian Luo, umbrella. Yifan asked. Don't worry, the little Taoist boy said with a smile. I'll work hard tonight and make it for you tonight. That's great, Yifan said happily. The little Taoist boy smiled and turned to walk toward Quizhuxuan. Yifan walked side by side with him. From now on, treat Miss You better. Don't hurt her heart anymore. On the Bluestone Road, the little Taoist boy suddenly said. Akatsuki had just promised him that after she found the 9th cauldron, she would completely leave Yifan. During this period of time, the little Taoist boy didn't want Akatsuki to have any regrets, so he reminded Yifan vaguely. Yifan was stunned when he heard this. Then he became silent. The little Taoist boy was already in the realm of divine vision, so he naturally knew the emotional entanglement between him and Akatsuki. You don't have to want me, but don't hurt me. I don't owe you anything. The little Taoist boy turned to look at Yifan and said calmly. I understand, Yifan replied in a low voice. You don't understand. The little Taoist boy put his hands behind his back, looked up at Yikong, and said meaningfully, 2 hours later, Yifan and Akatsuki were on their way to their room. It was already night time, and the sky was filled with stars, and the moon was shining brightly. It's very cold on the mountain at night, so remember to cover yourself with more blankets when you sleep at night, Yifan said to Akatsuki. This was the Purple Sun Shrine, so the little Taoist boy naturally wouldn't prepare a room for them, even though he knew that although the two of them often stayed in the same room, they were clean and pure. Why are you so concerned about me today? Akatsuki asked Yifan with a smile. She was a little surprised at Yifan's sudden concern. Yifan had always been concerned about her, but he had never been so attentive. Am I? Yifan pretended to be indifferent and turned to ask Akatsuki with a smile. Akatsuki smiled, but didn't say anything. Yifan's concern made her heart feel sweet. The two of them quickly arrived at their room. You've been running around all day, so you must be tired. Have a good sleep tonight, and you won't be so tired tomorrow. Yifan said in front of Akatsuki's room. You also have a good rest. Akatsuki said to Yifan, pushed the door open, and slowly closed it. After closing the door, Akatsuki leaned her back against the door, and hot tears once again flowed out of her eyes. When she thought of leaving Yifan in the future, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.